I'm sure he's saying that sold maybe hijab or zobo on campus.
I did,
Some of
in
us did
fact.
quite a number of businesses.
I actually
I can
did.
remember even before leaving the campus, I had about 2, 3 businesses. But because the white collar job is always attractive, you want to wear your suit, you want to look good because you think you are brilliant. You end up not giving enough attention to your businesses. And today, you realize you really cannot run away from certain philosophies in life.
Absolutely.
The Yoruba people would say, Ishe alasheje.
I'll feel in that side.
Can you imagine?
Don't even look at me for that.
Can you imagine? You should cover your shirt. You should cover your face. Owo, alashela. You know, yeah, we all need to live comfortably. You know, Islam is beautiful. Life is good when you have a lot of money. And I'm sure you would not want to get the dirty money into it so that you don't get to stain that iman. And what we want to do today,
No.
like we all know, want to learn, want to set the market. Some of us sit on gold mine. Trust me, sometimes what you have can actually translate into millions upon millions, but you really do not know how to connect the dots. We want to bring up experts who will teach us and talk to us about money. I really don't know so much about money. I know what I know, but money is not one of those. The only thing I know about money is how to spend money. Trust me.
That's
You
what
can
we
try.
all know.
You know how to spend money.
Yes, now.
Can you?
I'm a woman. What do you think?
Really?
Abi, my fellow sisters, I think we have that very, very broad.
But you know,
knowledge of
women
spending
generally,
money.
you guys usually think or always think you can spend money more than guys. You know how to spend money.
Yes, absolutely.
How
Because
much
we have to do a lot of calculations. So,
How much can you finish in a day?
don't worry, don't worry.
How much can you finish in
Don't
a day?
worry.
No. One brother was just about sending you some money to see if truly you can spend money.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like how much can you exhaust in a day?
Well, I wouldn't. In my delulu or in real life.
Okay. Then let's come back to the real life. Okay, so thank you so very much for coming early. Like I said earlier, we have over 600 registered participants.
Yes, we do.
But you know, quite a number of Nigerians still believes they won't start. And we've been here way ahead of the time. But yeah, thank you to those who have been here. And in fact, some of our guests are already in the room. They are in the room and they are waiting. Without wasting much of our time, we would have to skip one of the events right now, which is the keynote address by the convener. We'll move straight to the number 2 agenda, the number 2 item on the agenda, which is keynote address by Dr. Bashir Oshodi, titled Awakening Halal Wealth Opportunities. I don't want to miss that. I do not want to miss it.
Nobody should.
I need a lot of money. So we'll bring up to the stage now, Dr. Bashir Oshodi, Awakening Halal Wealth Opportunity.
Okay, so just before we have Doctor come here with us, I'd like to read the citation. And Doctor, if you wouldn't mind, sir, while your citation is being read, can we have you be on your feet? Thank you very much, sir. All right, then. So, thank you very much, sir. So Dr. Bashir Oshodi, PhD, is a leading authority in non-interest Islamic finance in Nigeria, with over 24 years of expertise spanning banking, real estate, fund management, and academia. As president of Non-Interest Financial Institution Association of Nigeria, NIFIAN, and group CEO of Author Group, a SEC-regulated fund portfolio management firm, it drives ethical, Sharia-compliant financial solutions tailored to African markets. A key highlight of his career is exceptional track record in mobilizing substantial funds at an institutional scale. Recent updates indicate he has mobilized over USD 500 million USD in equity debt financing through his initiative and leadership at Thrust Author and prior roles. This builds on earlier achievements, including complementing his mobilization prowess. Dr. Oshodi holds advanced qualification from Oxford Said, Wharton, Columbia University of Lagos, London Metropolitan University, University of Buckingham, and Da Vinci Institute, South Africa, plus a PhD in Integral Economic Development and Islamic Finance. He's also a prolific author, an integral approach development economics, a researcher in University of Johannesburg, an advocate for ethical finance, bridging academia and practice. His work has mobilized transformative capital well beyond the previously noted 350 USD million threshold, fueling sustainable development in Nigeria and Africa through innovative non-interest mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome with me on the stage, Dr. Bashir Oshodi.
Good morning, sir. Assalamu alaikum. No, you use this. How much time do I have? Say that again. How much time do I have? Okay. Subhanallah wa hamdihi. Abdulakahihi wa idan nafsihi wa zinat arashi wa kalimati. La ilaha illallah wa la sharika lahu lahu mulk wa lahu alhamd wa la kulli shay'in qadir. Alhamdulillah wa subhanallah wa la ilaha illallah Allahu akbar. I like to walk around. I have a slide. But you know what? I'm not going to share the slide. If it's shared, that'll be nice. Okay, it's here. If it's not shared, it's also nice. Awakening entrepreneurship. I'll change it very quickly. I wish I can also walk down. Maybe I should just stay on the stage. Awakening the power, the zeal of entrepreneurship, of Islamic finance, of economic consciousness. I want to talk about my friend today, my very good friend. Yeah. I want to talk about my very good friend. You know, Abraham Benal was my motivator, or is my motivator, still my motivator. He's also the person that will motivate my children. Right? Abraham bin Auf. He left Mecca. When he left Mecca, he was in his 30s, by the way. He was in his 30s. He wasn't some old man. You know? He was in his 30s. Among the young Sahabas that followed the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He was younger than the Prophet, by the way. Abraham bin Auf, younger than the Prophet. I want to share my slide very quickly. Let me just share it. I may use it, and I may not use it. I sent to Khadija. Let me just see. Let me just see if I can share it. You can get it from Khadija. So it was less than, it was in his 30s, made a lot of money in Mecca. And guess what? When he was leaving, he said, "Run it out. You can't take your money away. You can't take your wealth away. You must leave them in Mecca." You know what he did? He walked away. He said, "Don't worry, I'm going to leave everything." And he got to Medina. They offered him a lovely wife. Thank God it wasn't me they offered the wife. Thank God it wasn't me. Maybe I've taken the wife and I'll still take the market. But rejected the wife and chose the market. Just the market. Every day of my life, as a person, every day. Every day, and I'm serious. I read the story about Benal during my first degree because I grew up in a house where we had 9 volumes of Sahih Buhari. So I read the story around Benal when I was in year 2. And I wanted to be like around Benal. Right? So I was conscious of that reality. And from the works of around Benal, I was then able to feel the power of halal investments, entrepreneurship. Now, this guy, apologies, let me use this guy for him. Young guy, he left, got to Mecca, he started to think of structured finance. I repeat, structured finance. So I think to myself, how do you generate income? How do you do business? I mean, there's this hadith, I'm sure you know the hadith. Some scholars argue that it's a weak hadith. But let me talk about the hadith. The Prophet ﷺ one day called his Sahabas and said, "Guess what? On the day of judgment, everybody was with me. I was with everybody, all the Sahabas. And we couldn't find Abraham bin Auf. We couldn't find him." And everybody was like, "Whoa, we couldn't find him. We couldn't find Abraham bin Auf." Everybody said we couldn't find him. And then Abraham bin Auf was running from afar. Running. And they came. And the Prophet said, "Where have you been?" He said, "I was accounting for my wealth." Abraham bin Auf said, "I was accounting for my wealth." You know what Abraham bin Auf did? According to that weak hadith, that he gave out, when caravan came in
From Shams, he gave everything out. Because he didn't want to account for his wealth. That then takes me to a very important part of my talk today. Before I go into, asked, how much time do I have? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 1 hour? Or is it the whole day? So they give me a bit of time, so I'll try and work within that time. An important aspect of Islam is the maqasid. I love the maqasid. You cannot find the maqasid in the hadith. You're not going to find the Quran. You're going to feel it in the life of the Prophet ﷺ. Imam Al-Ghazali, who died in 1111, coined the concept of maqasid. And within that maqasid, there are 5 things that Al-Ghazali talked about that must be protected, enhanced. One of them is the enhancement, protection, and preservation of wealth. Wealth! The 4 others. I'm not going to go into the 4 others. Today, I'll talk about the protection, the preservation, and the enhancement of wealth, money. You see, some time ago, I followed Tabligh, I was Oluti, we used to go to Oluti, follow Tabligh, I've gone for a jade. I've experienced everything. And I liked it, no doubt about that. But there's a part that gets missing. And that part is the fact that Muslims can be entrepreneurs and can be very rich. Another friend of mine, Azuba, you know the Prophet ﷺ, in fact, in Mecca in those days, people will keep their wealth with Azuba. They'll keep their wealth. You will say, I don't want your wealth. I'm not going to collect on the back of Mudaraba. I'm not going to collect on the back of Wakala. I'm going to collect your money on the back of called Hassan. Called Hassan. You collect the money, you can use it for business, you return it to them. It's on the back of that concept that Tony Kekereko and I, when we were in Stanbic, our acknowledger, sat down with the Sharia scholars and said, hey, if you use the manner for interest-free loan, if you like current account contract, if you use the manner, it means that if the money gets lost, depositors will not get their money back. We told Sharia scholars. So the Sharia scholars said, oh, really? Oh, that's true. We said, no, let's use what Azuba used in the olden days. Called Hassan. You collect the money, you can use it for business. On the back of that, you can generate wealth. Called Hassan. So we decided to use Called Hassan. In Malaysia, they use the manner with guarantee, which then takes the shape of Called Hassan, right? But in our course, we decided to use Called Hassan. And so all Islamic banks that emerged after that decided to use Called Hassan. It's a quick storyline, but that's the way I'm going. I want to go to awakening zeal, power. The power of entrepreneurship that we don't have. You know why we don't have it? Because when you go to your regular mosque, you see people sleeping, you're relaxing. I've been to the mosque this morning. I do my Fajr in the mosque and my Isha as much as possible. I've been there. People will stay there, which is good. I do mine too, middle of the night, every time. But beyond that, and that's why I talked about the maqasid. An element of the maqasid, one of the other parts of the maqasid is protection of faith. Faith, the 5 pillars, one of them. Out of the 5, protection of faith. Protection of the human self. Number 2. Number 3, the protection and enhancement of posterity, future generation. Number 4, the protection and enhancement of intellect. Of course, I'm talking about the 5th one now, which is my priority. The protection and enhancement of wealth. Now, so Abraham bin, let's go back to Abraham bin now. Fantastic gentleman, he decided to think, how can I buy something on credit and sell it and make money out of it? So he was thinking that way. You see, there's something Abraham bin now had that we don't have. When I'm interviewing people for jobs, I don't look at the qualification. I don't look at whether I've gone to Oxford. It doesn't matter to me. If it matters, I don't know whether I've gone to the biggest university in Africa, University of Lagos, greatest Akokite. Great. Fantastic. If you go to the University of Lagos, I'll look at you well and say, okay, this is the guy or this is the lady, right? But you see, there's what you call zeal, power. The power to believe in yourself and believe that you can get it done. I'm going to relate this power to my own consciousness that you want to be wealthy. So an average, apologies to our Tabligh brothers, apologies, I was one. They feel everything must be simplified. But learning about the works of Al-Ghazali heavily and the works of Imam al-Maliki on Sharia compliant transactions, it occurred to me very early in the day that we're supposed to be wealthy. And wealth comes from several sources. National wealth. Wealth of nation, Madam Smith. Ibn Khaldun, 1332, was born 1332 in Tunis. Ibn Khaldun already collected and talked about specialization. And what Adam Smith today calls, whatever he calls it, including even the works of Karl Marx, the works of all of these guys, modern economists, I think Ibn Khaldun talked about them a while ago. He talked about the power of the state to generate his own wealth. So let's come to real lifetime. I had a lecture this morning at the University of Lagos, by the way. I had a lecture as early as 7:30, and I finished around 9:30, and I rushed into the car to come here. And I was telling the students that, if a nation is weak and is not wealthy, there's a relationship between the destiny of that nation and the destiny of people that live in that nation. There's a relationship. I was lecturing urban finance and urban development. And so I started to talk about South Korea, Japan, even more recently, what they call Rwanda, after the war. Rwanda picked somebody from South Korea. They picked somebody from South Korea to Rwanda to help them restructure their economy. Because the wealth of nation, by Adam Smith, is tied to the wealth of individuals. In other words, if Nigeria is poor as a country, the possibility that people will be poor is very high. By the end of the century, we're going to be the second largest populated country in the world. By the end of the century, we're going to be more populated than China, right? So Nigeria is going to have a minimum of 1 billion people by the end of the century. In the next 24 years, the poorest 50% of people that live on earth will live in Nigeria. So in research, we found a relationship between poverty and economic issues, right? And in fact, poverty and violence, we found a relationship, poverty and violence. So it means that when the population increases, which is a good thing in the case of China and India, when the population increases massively, and the intellect, back to the democracy, enhancement of the intellect, and the intellect is weak, you cannot get the result of China. You cannot get it. 15 years ago, we were in bank together. There's a book. We got some research documents by DFID. In one of the northern states, 15 years ago, only 10% finished primary school. One of the northern states. I won't mention the name. And, of course, those that use the banks, many people don't use the banks. So it means, whether you like it or not, you're not going to see loads of progress there. Now, when you now add up all the population, you see the effects that it's going to have on the country. It means we cannot get the result of China. Rather than get the result of China, we're going to be getting something completely different, except human capacity is built. And so you can imagine Imam Ghazali, who died 11/11, talking about enhancement and protection of the intellect. Because it occurred to him way back then that you need strong intellect to build wealth. Wealth for the country, wealth for the community, wealth for individuals, and wealth for the family. Sustainable wealth. The kind of generational wealth that will remain. So you need knowledge. Sound knowledge base. You know what? I found that sound knowledge base embedded in the Quran and embedded in the Hadiths. Right? Again, you can go to Riyadh Salihin today, but I had 9 volumes of Sahih Bukhari, right? And volume 3, Book of Sales, right? Volume 5, Virtues of the Sahabas. You start to understand what I mean. So let's talk about transactions. Awakening consciousness. So Abraham bin Auf, back to our story, must have thought to himself, let me buy camels on credit and let me sell them for emerging. Good profit. He must have thought to himself, what you call wakala today, right? Wakala. So he must have gone to somebody and said, you know what? Let me supply you with so much. And he supplied it. Now, in the middle of understanding Abraham bin Auf, that then takes me to what we have as today's Islamic finance. 3 primary contracts. 3. Equity contracts, debt contracts, and benevolent contracts. That's summary of Islamic finance. To keep life simple. As much as possible, I'm going to avoid the Arabic terminologies. Let's keep life simple, right? Equity. There are loads of variations of equity contracts. Debt. Loads of variation of debt contracts. And then benevolent contract. Abraham bin Auf will have taught himself, even before Islam came, that they used to bring goods from Shams. Shams is present-day Israel or Palestine. They used to bring goods from Shams. Those in Mecca, they will gather their wealth and send people. They will send, of course, the Prophet was doing that for Khadija. They will send people to Shams to go and bring goods. If you like, call it Musharaka. That's what they were doing then. And the Prophet didn't have a problem with that. On the back of trust, these goods will come. Let me just go the other way a bit. You know what happened in the Battle of Badri? The Muslims had embargo. Embargo in Medina. Embargo. US sanction. No food, no supplies. So they went out. They went out to capture anything that comes. Okay, no food for all, no problem. They went out. When they wanted to go and capture the caravan coming from Shams that belongs to the Meccans, they had to go and capture it. And all the Meccans had put money in that transaction. So the Prophet, 313 men, some walked, some on horses, they went. In the process of capturing it, the news got to the caravan and it took another route. And the Meccans sent an army. That became the battle of Badr. I'm sure you're aware. But the point I'm trying to make is that it was a caravan. The Musharraf transaction that the Meccans did that was coming back. They didn't sign contracts. They are meaning about the Quran. When the Quran finished talking about prohibition of interest, and the fact that you can do trade but not interest. What other verse or verses followed? The signing of contracts. The Quran made it clear and let no party refuse to sign. No sign a contract. So on the one hand, the Meccans probably didn't sign a contract. On the back of trust, today, I give an example. A transaction using Mudaraba. Mudaraba is on the equity side, where one party brings all the money, right? The other party is the entrepreneur. So just imagine the relationship between Khadija and the Prophet Muhammad. Khadija got all the money, and asked the Prophet, either as an agent or as an employee, as a case may be, that please go to Syria and buy me so much. So that was the arrangement. Now, on the back of that arrangement, of course, profit will be made. But let's imagine that rather than sell for 100 naira, the Prophet sold for 150 naira. And guess what, Khadija, guess what? I sold all of these things for 110. Khadija would have been happy with the Prophet. But the Prophet would have sold for 150. The Prophet was telling them to do that. Anytime he sells for 150, he declares 150. And that's what generated the passion. The passion! In today's Nigeria, with all the Sharia contracts, with all the fine lawyers that we have, with all the experts we have in Islamic finance, if I put a Musharraf contract on the table today, and I give it to my brother, apologies my brother, I give it to you. My brother collects, let's do small amount, let's keep it simple. My brother collects 20 million naira to do a quick commodity transaction. The possibility in today's Nigeria that my brother is going to come back with the money, knowing very well that it's a Mudaraba Musharraf transaction, is slim. You know why it's slim? Why? Anybody help me? Because the rule of law is weak. My brother knows that if he goes to the court, what's going to happen? And that's why today under NIFIAN, which of course I'm the president, we're working out, we're trying to use the OIC Arbitration Center to address all issues around conflicts in Islamic finance. A permanent solution. My brother is going to move to Canada, he's going to walk away. But before Islam came, they didn't do that. Before Islam came, they didn't do that. As the brother was collecting money on the back of Court Arsenal, we return the money to them. Even before Islam tells you that if you owe money and you die, there's going to be a lot of questions for you. As the brother will return all the money, even before Islam came. Why is that now? Even with all the knowledge and all the faith, you don't return money. You don't return money. So you can imagine if you go to any of the banks there, And I say, we want to buy maize, from Castina. I want to supply a company in Lagos. They're going to ask you for collateral. I was speaking with the bank, one of the bank regional heads, somebody, one of the non-trade banks, and I said it's a community transaction. One of my clients wants to do it. They have to supply order from a top company. And I said, let's get it done. These guys are reasonable guys. You know what he told me? He said, give me an example of 2 transactions. He said, one of them, the commodity that they bought, they put in the warehouse. When they went to the warehouse, there was an agent, warehouse agent. The thing was sand. It became sand. When they checked the commodity, that's not to sand. It wasn't the genes that made the sand. It wasn't the angels that came and provided the sand. It's the character of the people, human beings. Of course, Muslims in this case. They made the sand. They changed it. Case number 1. Case number 2. He said when they got to the warehouse, all the goods were taken out from the back. They broke the fence, they took out all the goods, disappeared. So it means that the musharaka, whatever they did under the Prophet, even before the time of the Prophet, we cannot even do them now, even with our zeal. So, what level of consciousness do we then have? I'll give you a third example. We did ginger, dry ginger from the north, the brother. We did the Mudaraba. The clients, experts in doing trade, you know what he did? They kept it in the way. The price was falling. He said, sell, take the hit, take the loss. Because in the Mudaraba, the owner of capital will lose his capital. The entrepreneur will lose reputation, which is fair. He said, sell. They didn't sell. Sell. 2 years passed. We found the thing in a warehouse around Maryland, very close to the canal. You know what happened? It has been turned to dust. Dry ginger turned to dust. The entire money was gone. Muslims, where is the consciousness? So on the one hand, we're talking about zeal. And they were talking about enhancing faith, intellect, prosperity, and all of those things. How do we combine them? Where is the consciousness? Where is the consciousness in today's Nigeria? Whereby you're able to combine, these things appropriately. So let's go to debt contracts. Why are we in Ikorodu? Because a lot of people want to do business. We want to give money to our brothers. Everybody thinks they're starting finance. You just immediately have to be a Muslim, they'll go and give you the money. That's what everybody thinks. So you go to the bank and say, I want to buy 10 vehicles, I want to give for Uber. Again, Tony, apologies. When I was in the bank, Tony and I were together. We were going for a meeting one day. I'd sent my driver out. And my driver drove my car away. Toyota Benz brand new in 2010. Yes, for the meeting. We went for the meeting. When I heard I drove the car away, I did to Nowafield. I went for the meeting. I was very calm. So sometime where I worked, we wanted to do Uber business. They wanted to bring in like 200 cars, right? And I asked them a question. Using a Muraba, what if the driver drives the car away? And that was the end of that transaction. That was the end of the transaction because that was the end of the transaction. 200 cars, one of the other banks I worked. I said, what if the driver drives the car away? And nobody could answer it. Because Takaful companies, insurance companies will tell you that your employee, your brother, your cousin, anybody under your employment is you. Whatever they do, they are liable. Insurance company will not meet it. Takaful company will struggle. We finance 30 trucks sometime. We said to reduce the risk by bringing 3 Takaful companies. 3 Takaful companies. After 90 days, there was 30 deaths. 30 people died. I did die. They took one way. The Takaful company said, they took one way. The driver took one way. The driver was drunk. Right? Even though we mitigated the risk by bringing 3 Takaful companies. Another level of battle. You see, when I'm talking about these things, I have a choice to paint a lovely picture, of fantastic Islamic finance. I have a choice to do that. We've grown very well. We are 3 trillion. That's fantastic. We're going faster than conventional finance, over 100%. Right? You have about 5 additional new banks that are going to be licensed from now. Microfinance banks, we have loads of them that will be licensed very shortly. asset management companies funds from one, our pioneer asset management company, right? Let me not mention their name. You now have a lot of them. I'm one, Alpha Capital, even though I'm not here as such. But more important, you have a lot of funds, Sharia funds. But is that consciousness? As people not be phrase members, that as the Makati Sharia has it been injected in the product. So how many people do? I can take transactions today and Antonio knows $200 million or $200 million, $200 billion very quickly. Each transaction, collect the fee, quietly, I go home, I sleep, I travel, nobody knows about the transaction. But is that the Makati? I can make a lot of money from that. So the consciousness then is, how do we serve the people better? How do we give facilities to the people? I'll give you an example of equity. I'll give you one example of debt in relation to Takaful. Let me give you another example of benevolent kind of transaction. And before I go there, let's go back to the hadith. The Prophet wanted to pray for somebody that was dead. He wanted to pray him. The Prophet said, "Hey Sahaba, is it owing?" He said, "Oh, it's owing." "Oh, really?" And I can't pray for him. He said, "I can't pray for him." And one of the Sahaba said, "You know what? I'm going to pay his debt." I said, "You going to pay his debt? Fine. What do we call that? Kafara." That became the foundation of guaranteeing Islamic finance today. That singular act. The singular act that somebody was owing, he was dead, the Prophet wasn't going to pray for him, and somebody decided to pay his debt. Now, how do we do our guarantees in Islamic finance? Is Sharia compliant? You see, we can manipulate Sharia contracts and make every transaction to be Sharia compliant without consciousness and without meeting the values of democracy. Very easy for us. You know professional hackers. Professional hackers. People that can hack, you know they are professional hackers. You know how to hack, give them your phone, they hack it, your computer. So Islamic finance experts are professional hackers. We can make transactions Sharia, we make the Sharia board to approve it. We just speak to the democracy. And so today, we are having growth that is fantastic. Can I do a quick survey? How many of us have a Sharia product? Put up your hand. Islamic banking accounts, Takaful, pension. I think it's low. I was at Kenya 2 weeks ago. We had a talk. A few people put up their hand. Big seminar! Everybody listening, caution there, we're Sharia compliant. But you know what? We're not feeling it. And so you can understand why the fintech companies started together, they won 2009. The fintech companies have grown at least 1,000 times more than non-interest finance. Right? Number one, our technology, right, must reach out to everybody. Must be able to reach out to those at the bottom of the pyramid. Right now, if you're going to pay a mortgage, you're going to look at the guys on top. Everybody on top. I mean, I don't think our uncle Ibeshe tried to finance the project sometime, a while ago, Ibeshe Estate, right? And that project, it was a musharaka, clear musharaka, between us and the government party. Well structured. By the end of the day, we couldn't find from amongst us those that are eligible to buy the property. I'm sure you know Ibeshe Estate. I used to come around there before COVID. We couldn't find anybody. Either because you are not in formal employment and you are not eligible to get this mortgage, or you have not built your wealth to a level that allows you to be eligible. Now, we're going to be having MREF, the Sharia compliant mortgage structure, where you're going to get mortgage at 9.75. But if I ask everyone, who are those that have their houses? If you have your house, put up your hand. If you have your own house, don't be shy. Maybe I'll put up 2 hands on my leg. If you have your own house. We don't have our houses. So it means that the level of business we're doing in Nigeria, as a percentage of GDP, 0.5% of Nigerians. So it means that most Nigerians don't have their houses, right? So mortgages as a percentage of GDP in Nigeria is 0.5, the lowest in the world. The lowest, unbelievable. And guess what? If the Muslims are not doing business, then they're not also buying houses. That's what it means. What's the consciousness? If Abraham been asked to think that can generate wealth, why can you not do it? The precondition to generate wealth is misplaced, is lacking. We don't have it. Those that have businesses, how many of you have audited financials? 3 years audited financials. Put up your hand if you have a business. 3 years audited financials. You can declare nil account. It doesn't matter whether I made profit or not. Number one. How many of you declare the real profit? Put up your hand. If you declare your real profit, you know, if you don't declare the real thing, you're not going to be eligible for the facility. And that's the reality. Right? You're not going to be eligible for the facility. Either it's a mortgage or it's a small trade. Or let's even put it this way. I was speaking to somebody recently. He had a major supply for one of the top companies in the world, in Nigeria. Supply. And I asked for audited financial. I want us to do him some kind of instrument. Right? But he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. How is he going to get the money? So number one rule, again, last case. There's a guy that came to my office a while ago. He's a fashion designer, you know. He tells me that, I make like 100K every day. Where is the evidence? Doesn't have a bank account. If you make 100K every day, if you don't have a bank account, then you're not in business. It's as simple as that. So the kind of consciousness we need today is beyond that faith, you know, praying every time. You know, if you're asking for something from Allah, you must have been prepared. You must have been prepared. And I always give the case of Anabi Noah. And it's my best case. You know, Anabi Noah lived 950 years, right? 950 years. Think of it, just think of it. He was asked to build the ark. He believed that God did not send water. For him to build the ark, he had to go and learn carpentry. I'm sure he learned carpentry. They found the ship somewhere, the red ship, somewhere between Turkey and China, somewhere there. I'm sure you're aware, 3 years ago. Are you aware? 3-4 years ago, they found the ship. They found out that the body of the ship was laminated. That is, it was not just wood. So it means that Prophet Noah had to go and learn how to laminate wood long time ago. I think it was the third or fourth generation after Adam. You know, now I watch documentaries of animals. And so when you see a lion wants to eat another animal. Goes for the head. Grab with your head. Right? So it means that Prophet Noah must have learned how to capture lions. You see, I'm building the story of intellect. He must have taught himself. Intellect. He must have learned how to get cobras. Right? So I can put them on that ship. And after doing all of that, you know what he did? He believed that liquidity, we call cash liquidity in finance, that liquidity will come. And so even his son believed that it's going to be on the mountain and that liquidity won't touch him. And of course, they all perished. But that's not even where I'm going. I was listening to Dangote the other day. I'm still going to go back to the story of Noah. I was listening to Dangote. He was talking about the refinery. He said, the challenges were so much that I wish he never started it. And he thought to himself, should he reverse? Should he retreat and go back? And I said, if I retreat, the challenges behind is a lot. He said, if I go forward, challenges is a lot. He had two options. Either retreat or go forward. That's Dangote. But he chose to go forward. Now, the ship, you know what happened? The ship was going to go upside down. Are you aware? That ship was going to go upside down. I was tight. One day, I went to Abuja, from Abuja to Lagos. The plane would go boom. I started doing a lot of prayers. I said, okay, my wife, I'm sure you'll be fine. You know? You know that what? Noah had challenges. Allah sent him and gave him challenges. Now, I'm going about that you can have good intentions. Doesn't mean that God is not going to give you challenges. Allah is still going to give you challenges. And so I'm using the example of Prophet Noah for starters. I'm going to use two more. He gave the prophet challenges. That ship was going to go upside down after all the work done. He prayed that. So the kid of Dangote, he kept moving forward. Started to solve. That their deeds is good. Reading the Quran is fantastic. Having strong faith is lovely. Strategy. With strategy, prayer on the ship, and then the ship stabilizes. Anytime on the plane, also do it. Second example, others was the prince, and behold, they had to run land. No man's land, need a prayer. Try that prayer. Try the prayer. Whatever the favor is, whatever you give to me. Toy. Don't enjoy it. See what I'm talking about this that you have all those of life, all those the family, all those the neighbors, all those at work, all those in business. These all those are normal. They are normal. If that goes has it, and Prophet Musa added it, and Prophet Muhammad added it, then if I had, what's the big deal? Before I talk about the Prophet Muhammad, I'll talk about one of my friends, not a prophet. Anybody read Think and Grow Rich? Napoleon Hill. Anybody? Think and Grow Rich. Chop up. Ladies, guys, brothers, 2, 3. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Fantastic guy. He found 5 elements. I'll summarize the book. He found purpose, clear purpose. Number 1, clear purpose. Whatever you want to do, clear purpose. You want to do a particular business, do courses that allows you to achieve. Go for internship. Anything that allows you to achieve. Clear purpose. Number 2, thoughts, deep thoughts. See, they found that successful people will spend, it's based on research by the way, they found that successful people will spend average of 2 hours a day thinking, just thinking of scenarios, thinking. Napoleon Hill wrote this book, I did research of about 100 people, so about 500 people in the US way back. He found that most of them, they had deep thought, either you have the Nobel Prize, or you're rich, or in politics, whatever, deep thought, strategy. But the one I like the most is persistence. Persistence. When you fall, you stand. See, the quicker you stand, the better for you. The longer you stay on the floor and think it's some grandparent or some neighbor that is hurting you, the weaker you are. I repeat. The quicker you jump up, when you lose money, when you make mistakes in transaction, the better for you. Abraham in life must have made some mistakes. I'm sure of that. Because in any business, you must make mistakes. So let's talk about the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet, Allah sent him. He went to Toiv. Guess what? They stoned him. The summary of his prayer is that, oh Allah, your pleasure alone is my objective. I don't want to read the full prayer. But the part of the prayer is that, oh Allah, my objective in life is your pleasure. Why are you putting me under this pressure? That your pleasure is my objective. Allah answered the prayer by giving them a dinner. In other words, for those God has sent, He put them under pressure. How much more us? Right? We're doing business. There's a small challenge. The bank did not start with bank 1, 2, 3, 4, does not give you the facility. And then you walk away, saying, I can't do business. There's no consciousness. Or you do the business and it fails. I go to bed. You know, I tell my kids about Karl Marx. Karl Marx. The guy that started Mercedes-Benz. This guy started his first business. Long time ago. And guess what? He wanted investors. Investors came in. They gave him just 5%. They made him redundant in the company. He vexed and left. He left the business. He went to another business. Other sort of guys, they put money in it. You know, the guy that became Mercedes-Benz today. There was Second World War. He stopped making luxury cars. He started making ambulances and trucks. They made a lot of money. After Second World War, they went back to their luxury cars. The richest man in the world, what's his name again? Okay, let's Elon Musk. Before Elon Musk, Microsoft. His first business died. His first business died, collapsed. Got back. So the ability to come back quickly when you're an entrepreneur is power. So our brothers from the East, I love them so much. Because that consciousness, that power, They have it. Apologies, the Jews. I studied the Jewish economic model, the Christian economic model, Islamic economic model, the Buddhist economic model, the African economic model, among other economic models, right? The Jews believe that everything God has done is raw material. Raw material is not fine-tuned. You're supposed to take it and fine-tune it. God has created sand. He has not built houses for you. You go build houses from the sand. There's water. From water you can do all sorts. From trees you can get medicine. So that's the Jewish mode. Everything is raw material. So why can't we reshape our mind? Because the reason why I'm going through this is because Muslims particularly don't have the power, the zeal for entrepreneurship, unlike our brothers from the East. So Islamic banking today, 80% usage in terms of facilities or risk assets are not Muslims in explicit terms. I don't like to use that word. I like to use they are not from our faith or they are not from the expected faith. 80%. We boast of federal government sukuk. Fantastic. Oh, sukuk, we've done sukuk, 3 billion, oversubscribed. What are those that oversubscribe them? Are you oversubscribing them? Anybody buy sukuk? Anybody buy federal government sukuk? Did anybody buy Lagos State sukuk? Anybody? Anybody buy any of the corporate sukuk? Anybody? Maybe one, maybe two. They are not from amongst us. The first sukuk, 93% of those that bought the sukuk are conventional financial institutions. 93%. If I'm wrong, maybe 92% of those that bought conventional federal government sukuk, we have to fight so that we can buy at least 20%. So it means that on the non-interest banks will have to go and appeal to DMO and say, hey, this is supposed to be for us. We don't have any other alternative. Allow us to buy so much. Where are we? So there's no consciousness. I mean, the definition. There's no consciousness because the zeal that we demonstrate is not sufficient to make us be Abraham bin Auf. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, Jazakumullah khairan. Can we put it together for Dr. Bashir, please? No, you can clap. You can clap. It's a finance conference. Yeah, please, a round of applause, please. I was lost reading your. It's quite unfortunate that when people are loaded with knowledge, it becomes difficult to tame them when they want to speak. We set up your presentation and you decided to speak from the heart. It's interesting. I am a strategist, and that's what I do, and I've worked on quite a number of brands. In fact, when I walked into the room, I saw 2 of the brands that I have personally worked on strengthening. I worked on Altbank for about 2 years, and right now, one of the brands that I work on as a strategist is Nuru Takaful. But strategy is the big word. We need money. So on the side, I'm going to be a part-time mentee to you now because I need to make money. Hussein, what do you think?
We all need to make money.
No, I'm not asking about everything. I need to make money. I just need you to say, yes, you need to make money.
Okay, yes, you need to make money.
Yeah, we can forget about yours. When I have no.
I also need to make money. Don't you all need to make money? Sisters, it's not loud though. You don't need to make money.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Thank you and thank you. That was a very resourceful, insightful session. Believe me and trust me sincerely. These are the caliber of learning you take when you attend a business forum in Lisbon, in LBS or wherever, and you've brought it to us on this platter of gold. We will calibrate some of it. I hope we all have our email addresses because we will definitely get the opportunity to have a recap of all of these things sent to you, so the learning can continue. So without wasting much of our time, we would raise up because we have, elapsed quite a sizable chunk of our time. But before we run up, we would like to invite the convener to just give us opening remarks, even though we've opened with a very detailed, insightful learning. Madam K, please, you have just 2 minutes on behalf of the learners. We appreciate you for putting this together, but we want to learn. We are eager to learn. Thank you.
You are fired. 2 minutes. You need to get off this stage. I own the stage. And everybody's here because I made it happen. Alhamdulillah. Yes, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's going to be a very short one because we didn't start on time, based on African time like you have been doing. I'm so happy that Dr. Bashir did a fantastic job in the way I didn't expect it, but he did it the way that we all could understand the depth of how much we have, how much we don't know, and so much assumption of what we have, but we do not have, and how many advantages there are that we are not taking advantage of. I give us an excuse because we are allowed to give 70 excuses. And one of the things, one of the mandate of the society, that if you want to correct something with your mouth, with your action, or with your mind, and I think a lot of people who are here have decided to do action. When we put up the program, when I said, oh, I've showed you the market for a while, like 2-3 years, and I'm like one of those people that Dr. Bashir will talk about, which is I don't wait for anybody to tell me what to do. I go ahead. I know if I start, it's going to come together. However it's going to come out, it will come out like that. Yeah, but I'll put in the work, and alhamdulillah, I know I've put in the work. Abi, are you happy to be here? Right, impress you guys. So the long and short of it is that I am. Some people who know me will say, "Oman Shako, you're arrogant." I said, "No, Allah made it like that." He said, "Oh, no, I am rich." What do you mean? Can you afford this, that? No, what I want, if something happens to me and if I do a business and it fails, I don't sit down. I'm telling you, the next business I'm going to do, if I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment and I lost it, I'm not going to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm going to rent a duplex. Because that drives me to be able to work harder than what had happened. Of course, I put my trust in Allah to do it. Long and short of it is that the consciousness is very good, and nothing is new under the sun. The people of the world have done it before. They didn't have all that we have. They have trust and they believe in Allah, and they take a lot of action. The story of Abdurrahman Ibn Auf is deep if you sit down and you really think about it. Someone showed me the way to the market, and he didn't have it done. He went into the market and started trading, and that trading started based on trust. He gets good wholesale from someone, come to the distance, sell, go back, and he tells people the defects of the product he's selling, which is one of the attributes of his skills of how he was able to go well. If you buy something for 5 naira and the thing has a dent, and he will tell you all of the things inside, then the person will now buy. Now he built a trust based on the fact that they know that if he sells it to them, there's no mistake about it. That will be without that you can have fun. So if you're leaving anything here, from here, first of all, from today, plan. This company here, each one of the aspect of insurance, ethical, and tech, just like your that that capital market, everything that has to do. Say 74%. Why was it? Are you supposed to?
Thank you. I have not asked you to.
Deserve a round of applause. I earned it, so I'm asking for it.
Well, that's very unofficial. Uh, However, we will still say thank you. See, I am not really a very finance person, believe me. Trust me. I said sit down, see, check that maybe school fees every month. Some of us are so that when it's time to pay for house rent, office, why dump them where they are things are? Money needs to work. And some of us say we don't know how to earn street. But there are ways that trust me, I am here personally to do that. Siege all of you took chance together. Chance together. It's important though. After money, I don't want a lot in my life. I don't want to get comfortable to the level that affects me. I dance. Finally, whatever money that I can get that, that's what. Yeah, don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, while we want to start to catch up with time, we would like to bring forward the representative of KW to come give us. And I'll tell you this. The people that I know of, think so in the representative. Mrs. Adeyemi. I never said they are from Ogun State. They are from Ijebu. I bring to come. Good afternoon. It is a extremely important and timely initiative. It is always inspiring I also want to acknowledge our staff. When I received this invitation, I got today of code integrity. Live in a world of opportunity. Someone who has spent years right information.
Thank you for inviting me part of this all a productive conference and success. Thank you. God bless Lagos State. Bless honorable.
So very much. That's my sister representing my big sister. Thank you so very much. And saying that, what do you think?
Important that we are um see and change very important for me. Don't see the way you talk but
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on to the next talk right now. Start to talk to us about careful. Poly. So and every month, this month is gonna come. So you make protecting it is important. So careful, Ismail, and
while we have the citation. Right then. Mr. Ismail Anyolere is the Chief Business Development Officer at Takaful Insurance Pioneer full-fledged company, Takaful Insurance. A chartered insurer with over 2 decades of experience has adoption of Takaful as a practical and led initiatives that partner brokers and stakeholders find assets and expected voice sites of highlight high financial.
Thank you very much. Privileged to be here. Start by saying Alhamdulillah. Allahumma barik ala Muhammad, kama barakta ala Ibrahim. Three. Okay, I have a slide to present, but before the slide comes up, first of all, appreciate us. And again, I will just take the full step. In the Islamic finance space, we've seen a lot. When it comes to entrepreneur, let's talk about our brother leverage this advantage over time. And let us how much of that we want to have in, so to say, as Muslims. So it goes beyond just being a Muslim, but we need to have that growing, significantly. So for today, I'm going to be talking about protecting wealth in that way, and the other way is simply the for now we are all conversant with insurance, but we want to look at it from eye of the careful, how we can significantly protect our wealth. When Dr. Oshodi was talking, he spoke extensively. So he spoke extensively about, I think it started with Mokosido Sharia, which is very important when it comes to discussing that. Because again, we need to look at what Mokosido Sharia has brought to the Islamic finance, how it has to be, operated as. Talked about 5 things when it comes to Mokosido. The part I want to take from there is the preservation of wealth. Yes, we can accumulate wealth. Of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala owns the wealth. We are custodians of this wealth. And we are giving it to we accumulate this wealth, equally important so that there will be sustainability and continuity. An example I might want to bring, even where you have inherited wealth, where you have inherited wealth, it always lies on you to be able to. Again, you have gone into a business enterprise, no matter how small or how big that business enterprise is. Initial capital you will have used in starting up that business. When you think about preserving that wealth from the one having issue, so that's part of what we want to be talking about today. When we want to look at protecting wealth. So when we want to talk about protecting wealth the halal way, I won't bore us much with what I have on this slide. I will use that slide to explain how wealth could be protected the halal way. How we have to switch to the halal way in protecting our wealth. Over time, we've spoken about conventional finance. We always say that Islamic finance, alternative, which to me brings more value to the table when it comes to it. So, and when we look at what we are talking about today, the story about Abdurrahman during his time, what he has done, of course, was given the advantage, to take part of the wealth that belongs to brother in Medina then. But he said, no, show me the market. Of course, he went to the market and he was able to create that wealth all over again, very high level. So wealth creation is highly encouraging in Islam. Poverty is not piety. That has properly been extracted by. Islam promotes productivity, trade, investment, responsible financial plan. Add it again today that plan. You need to be very strategic in whatever one. When you have a very good plan towards the business enterprise you want, and you have a very good strategy. And the idea is that you'll be able to sustain it. So, you've seen the greatest example of an story has been reiterated today. This morning. I've said that Islam does not only teach us how to create wealth, also it teaches us how to protect wealth protection. Now, the Makosi that has been spoken about, I want to leverage on that. Looking at the five, when we look at the Makosi Sharia, what does Makosi Sharia tend to, protect when it comes to? First is protection of religion, protection of life, protection of protecting our wealth. We safeguard lawful financial stability. What instrument, what mechanism can we now use? I won't dwell on how to create wealth. I want to dwell on how to generate wealth. Not as Takafu is not merely aligned with protect wealth. One of the core objectives of Islam is the protection of wealth. Takafu serves as a what? A modern mechanism. Now, connecting this particular event theme to what Takafu is all about. We have in every successful market three things. People creating value. When you establish an enterprise, when you go into the market, it's about creating value. Trading. It's not about system protecting people from action. Allow away the ethical that will do what protect people from hardship, eradication of poverty. So, when you look at all of this, that in all of this, there are risks that are inherent when these businesses are created. You have risk of fire, theft, illness, accident, death of breadwinner business. What is being done as individuals, you have this enterprise, when you have these business entities, all these examples we've seen markets over there. And if they have been issued, there has not been any form of basically, what is Takafu? I would simply say Takafu is an alternative to conventional insurance. A bad way in protecting our lawful way, ethical way to protect our. So Takafu is a Sharia compliance system of mutual protection. We of course must contribute to a common pool, support one another during the time of loss. We are just talking about insurance here, but the insurance we are talking about here, the model of insurance that is ethical in nature, that will add value protecting your wealth. So to an extent, we say that it is not you versus the insurance company, rather it is we protecting one another, protecting one another together. So we say Takafu is joint guarantee, coming together, contributing. compensate the unfortunate few amongst them that might suffer a loss over a period. You can view it from this perspective. Risk of disability, risk of health. Sickness can come in at any point in time. If you have taken necessary precautions prior to the incident happening, you have that safety net when such an incident happens. Likewise, talking about business, generating wealth, creating wealth, nurturing wealth. When you have a business enterprise, no matter how small or big it is, if you do not take the necessary precautions in terms of protection, for periods that could happen to truncate the continuous existence of that business, when such incident happens, it can collapse the business entirely. God for you to even get back. What we are saying here is that you need to have it at the back of your mind as a form of plan, as a strategy. When you are starting business, incorporate protection. And we've seen that when it comes to Takafu, from the Islamic foundation of Takafu, we've seen the Quranic verses that support that. We've seen the hadith of the Holy Prophet Muhammad are equally support that. Where Allah says in the Quran, Awano alabi wa taqwa. You should do what? You should cooperate amongst ourselves in righteousness. Likewise, the regular hadith that we use when it comes to explaining Takafu, where the Holy Prophet in that narration, the Bedouin Arab came to him and he asked the Prophet, should I tie my camel or leave it wandering? And the Holy Prophet told him, first, tie your camel and do what? And trust in Allah for his protection. That's the precaution. That starting a business, protect that business using the Takafu model of insurance. So that if those incidents, unfortunate incidents, happen, taking that precaution have been issued, and that financial loss that comes with it, you'll be able to cover from such, and that business will continue unabated. So Takafu is a contract based on donation, different from what we have in the conventional form of insurance, where of course risks are transferred to the insurance company with the payment of the premium. But under the Takafu model of insurance, we are talking of shared responsibility, where of course you contribute into a pool. That pool serves the participants. When any of them suffers a loss, they are duly compensated from that pool. And that pool is being managed by the Takafu operator. First off, to settle any form of loss that happens within the Takafu period. And the beauty is that even when the Takafu insurance period finishes, and there's something left in that pool, it is still redistributed to those of them that do not make a loss or do not make a claim in that period, as what we call a surplus distribution. So it's a very good form of insurance that we call a win-win situation. Win by way of taking care of your loss when it happens, and equally getting something back, a cash back, if you do not make a claim, and that's what we call a surplus. So Takafu is a contract of donation and is built on mutual assistance, then of course shared responsibility among the participants, the risk sharing mechanism rather than a risk transfer, and of course it is ethical in nature. It talks about compassion amongst the participants, and of course community well-being. Referring back to what Apostle Sharia stands to protect. Protection of wealth, protection of lineage, even protection of religion, as the case may be. Now, what makes Takafu Sharia compliant? We all know, students of Islamic finance, we are used to all of this. Riba is out of it. Rather than talking of investment of the contribution coming from the participants, whatever they are securing, it is invested in a profit-bearing instrument rather than interest-bearing instrument. Of course, guarantee is out of it. Excessive uncertainty. We call Takafu a contribution, a contract of donation. We are willingly the participants donate into that pool, for those of them that might suffer a loss within that insurance period. So it eradicates this excessive uncertainty that is known as GARAN. And of course, minus gambling, where of course you pay little to earn more. Judging by the contract of donation that Takafu is, it equally has eliminated the aspect of mindset. The key point here, and what I want us to know is that when it comes to the Takaful model of insurance, which is a model that will be adequately used for our wealth protection, the allowed way, we have this. The conventional insurance, issue of interest, issue of uncertainty, issue of speculations, issue of gambling comes to play. But when you filter all of these objectionable elements, we have the Takaful arrangement. So, an insurance, the conventional insurance, going through the lens of the Takaful model of insurance, Garara eliminated, Mysore eliminated, Riba, of course, eliminated. What we have at the end of it all is Takaful. So, say Tabaru filters out the objectionable element in that insurance contract. That makes it permissible. That makes it allowed for us to do. I won't want to dwell on this. Let me just go straight to. I won't want to dwell on the models because as Takaful operators, the way and manner in which the particular contribution are managed, is to adopt one, two, or three of these contracts. We have the Mudoraba contract. We all know what Mudoraba is. Wakala contract, the IB contract, which is of course combination of both the Mudoraba and Wakala. Where I want to dwell more here is paint scenarios. Yes, which is the message I want to pass across to our teaming audience this afternoon. Why Takaful matters for every household. A lot has been talked about when it comes to bringing our consciousness back to the usage of Islamic finance and how we need to be very conscious about that. Now, as Muslims, we have to protect our asset cards and businesses. Also, we need to protect our family income, our health, children's future, our home, our businesses. One unexpected event can wipe out can wipe out years of effort to be put into either a business enterprise or even the way we started our life over time. So I want to paint about 3 to 4 scenarios for us to know that taking that precaution towards ensuring that we have an adequate protection on the wealth we've generated over time becomes important. The first scenario I want to paint here is health emergency. And I will just bring it out. A father is running a small business. Suddenly his wife requires emergency surgery, costing about 3 million naira. Now, without protection, without Takaful, the savings disappear because at that point it becomes an emergency and they need to source that money to take care of that challenge. Now savings disappears, business capital is withdrawn. Whatever they've injected in that business over time, at least at that point emergency comes in. They need money to take care of such. So business capital is withdrawn, even children's school fees will suffer at that point. And they quickly run into debt to get money to salvage this emergency. But if you have taken that necessary precaution from day one, which is of course taking in Takaful cover, medical expenses will be supported at that point. HMOs, we know, prevalent out there. We have Takaful HMOs too in Nigeria today. So when you are under an HMO arrangement, even when medical emergency comes up, you don't need to get any time from your pocket. Go to the hospital, get treated. So when you have a Takaful insurance at that point, medical expenses are supported, the financial pressure is going to reduce. And the family will remain stable. Even their business enterprise will remain stable. So it's a scenario of having a protection, the Takaful way, and not having it when you have such an emergency. In this case, an health emergency. I think we can answer that. Now, secondly, business enterprise. A shop owner experienced a fire outbreak in his small business or big business that he runs. Now, goods worth millions are destroyed overnight. We've seen fire incidents all over Nigeria, and we know how much loss that comes with. Now, goods worth millions are destroyed overnight. Of course, we do not have a Takaful plan. Years of effort vanish at that moment. Loans that you might have taken to even start up that business and you never took a protection on it becomes difficult to pay because as such, what you earn from the business you do allows you to repay back that facility over time. And you know the Atakafu plans that you can even incept or facility you are taking from the bank. Credit family Takafu that will enable you pay your money back. And if eventually your incident happen and you have outstanding, the Takafu comes in to pay the outstanding balance. So loans become difficult to pay, family income stops. Because of course, that is where you derive your income from. But with Takafu, compensation support helps restart your operation. What we say when incident like this happens, the financial loss that comes with it is taken care of immediately by the plan you have. And you'll be able to continue with your business as if nothing happens to you. Conventional nothing happens to you. So when you have such plans in place, compensation support helps restart the operation, employee keeps their job, and the business survives. So Islam encourages business continuity and not financial disruption, preservation of wealth. But accumulated that wealth over time, you need to preserve it against eventualities like that. Then scenario 3. A young professional financially buy a vehicle after years of hard work. He has saved over time to buy his vehicle over time. And what happens? On the road, an accident happens, repair cost becomes overwhelming. But when you have a Takafu plan to secure such, it will help you restore the asset without pushing that individual into any form of financial hardship. So I've just painted all these 3 scenarios to practically explain to us that we need to take this necessary precaution by taking the Takafu insurance to preserve whatever wealth we've generated over time, business enterprise, and so on and so forth. Now, the question sometimes is it affordable? Is it accessible? How affordable is it? How accessible it is? So Takafu is not only for large corporations or wealthy individuals. Protection spans around the various lifestyle endeavors that we have there. As a trader in the market, SMEs, young professionals, families. Protect that business from day one against all this incident that we've painted. So the goal is inclusion, not exclusion. We're talking about Islamic finance. We're talking about using the Takafu model of insurance as a source of wealth preservation and continuous wealth distribution. So small, consistent contribution today can prevent major financial hardship tomorrow, like we've seen in the 3 scenarios I painted earlier. So basically, people do misconcept. They have a lot of misconception around Takafu or insurance, as the case may be. Nothing will happen to me. But the Holy Prophet told us, tie your camel, emphasis, what you have in the conventional insurance space, whether it is life insurance or general insurance, the same thing is applicable using the Takafu model of insurance. Family Takafu, which is a replica of life insurance, and of course, general Takafu, replica to the general insurance in the conventional way. All that is insured within those two classes is equally done effectively using the Takafu model of insurance. So call your Takafu operators, speak to them, and seek their advice on what type of Takafu insurance you need. So, the part of the solution, these are the consciousness we are bringing to bear now. Participate in the Takafu model. Protect your business, family, and assets with Sharia compliant solutions. Then secure a sustainable future by choosing a system that safeguards your wealth ethically and responsibly. My closing message will be this. We've seen the story of Abdurrahman bin Auf told today. So Abdurrahman bin Auf did not just build wealth through dependency. He built through trade, trust, ethics, and service, valuable service provided. So as Muslims today, we must not only pursue halal income, but we must also protect what Allah has entrusted to us. Then Takafu is not merely a financial product. Of course, it's a system of mutual care, ethical responsibility, and community protection, judging by what the Maqasid Sharia stipulates. In protecting our wealth the halal way, what do we tend to gain? We will protect our families, our businesses, our dignity, and of course, our future. So in Islam, wealth creation is encouraged, but wealth protection is also a responsibility on each and every one of us. So on this note, I will say thank you very much, and I will keep it at that. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Now, Jazakumullah khairan. Is it me? The mic identifies professional finance persons. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, sir. We will have questions. Or do we want to exercise maybe just one or two questions right now? Or we'll do that later? Later, right? Yeah. All right. A round of applause for Mr. Ismail. We can do better for Allah's sake. Okay, so as we race towards time so that we do not burn off our time endlessly, we will bring to the high table, to the rostrum, one of our guest speakers for today. One of our guest speakers for today, Imam Abdurrahim Hamad Sai. Usainat will do the citation while we take his lecture before we make way for Salat Zuhr.
All right, thank you very much for that. So while we have our Imam come to address us, I'd like to read your citation, sir. With all due respect, could you kindly be on your feet? Thank you very much. Sir? Yes, okay, so I'll just, with all due respect. All right then, so Imam Abdurrahim Ahmad Sai is the principal partner of
Yeah, we are born of time, so we'll just introduce Imam Abdurrahman Sai, so it's still.
I don't know where she got it from.
All right.
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Brother.
must characterize the Muslims' quest and must shape our attitude when it comes to money making. Then there is the innate natural aspect of what we call shuhul nafs, the inborn greed of the soul. It is natural with everyone. But Allah says, وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. Whoever has been protected, whoever has been able to insulate himself from the control of the innate greed of his own soul, those are the ones who will be prosperous. That is what we call mafhum mukhalafa in usul al-fiqh, that if Allah speaks in the positive, you may also have to construe the same message in the positive as well, also in the reverse. So that will mean whoever in his business activities has not been able to protect himself, to get himself well insulated, well immunized against the inborn. Don't forget, I call it inborn because it is innate. We all are greedy beings. But you owe it a duty to strive internally within yourself so that you cure the path to salvation. So if you reverse the verse, it would mean naturally that whoever has left himself to be driven by the innate greed of the soul will never have any way to prosperity. Salah, fasting, or whatever we do spiritually may go in vain, and may Allah save us all from that. Having touched on that, then I may what is therefore not an end in itself, it is a means through which a person can secure legitimate worldly welfare while investing also in the hereafter through not only money making, even also charity and some other means that will be beneficial to mankind. Because it is not just about making the money, it's about your impact, the impact you have also left on the society, on others in the process of making the money. And having made the money as well, to what causes have you also directed? So, talking about dignity in wealth creation, it is important that we preserve our dignity because we are dignified species. It is Allah Ramna Bani Adam. So whatever is not consistent with dignity, with integrity, with decency, must be economic and while the processes of acquisition of wealth may be well broader than I have captured in this paper in Islam, but I have particularly focused on three aspects which are more relevant in transactional activities. And one is about service. Okay, let me also note this before I go to that. It is also important that in conducting ourselves in our businesses, in distributing the proceeds of our economic gains, one philosophy of Islam is that our businesses must be structured in purpose and character towards achieving even distribution of resources. The philosophy is Kaila Yakuna Dulatan Bainal Agniya Minkum. And this is why capitalism as an ideology can never be consistent with Islamic economy. And unfortunately, I must note, although we are still in transition stage, I would want to believe that most of those who are operating our Islamic banks, quite a number of them are caught up between what I will call ideological crisis or conflict. Because you still have the effect of the capitalistic philosophy playing out even as we deploy instruments of Islamic economics in banking. I wouldn't know whether my point is so. Sorry, when we speak about Sharia compliance, it is in 3 phases, but we are only battling with one. The first is the very philosophy, the ideology that has informed those principles that we apply. I mean, the positive Sharia principles of Mudaraba, of Musharaka. No, it is not only about the letters. It is also about the maqasid that have informed those principles. We are really not seeing this playing out yet. Then it's about the positive expression of the law itself. Then the last is about the procedure through which the expression of the law are applied. If we do not have the 3, we are still paying a lip service to Sharia compliance. Therefore, what we expect, and I want to admit as well, that things are improving. Emphasis are now being made, especially on the maqasid, so that when we speak of financial inclusion, it shouldn't just be about opening multiple bank accounts, especially when it's about having more millions of Nigeria having one bank account from which the banks are eligible to deduct certain part of their money for services they are rendering to them. That is really not it. Whereas all activities are expected to be engineered and geared towards real economic prosperity that is going to cut across. So if the structure is that Yoruba would say Agbalowo Mary, that we do. You also have the fundamental ethics of Islam that Allah has imposed on every individual Muslim. Let me just throw it open. If one is a Muslim who is so committed to spiritualities and obedience of Allah in general terms, but still can have a problem with Allah if he is not well fortified by some fundamental principles that really define the person of a Muslim as far as Allah is concerned, one of which is fairness, equity. You are not a Muslim if you habitually do to others what you wouldn't like to be done to you. You are not a Muslim if your standards vary from when you are considering your interest and when it is the interest of others that are concerned. Ihsan. No one is a Muslim if he is not habitually good to others. Islam is about kindness. Islam is about mercy. Islam is about compassion. And we see all these principles radiating even in Islamic teachings of business. Let me cite one hadith here before it escapes me. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ says, Naddarallahu mra'an. May the mercy of Allah overshadow a person. Samhan idha ba'a. very considerate and empathic when he sells to others. وَسَمْحًا إِذَا اشْتَرَى. And when he also buys, he wouldn't, there are some people who are very liquid and they are also after distressed sales all the time. They are in contact with all banks also and there because of the advantage they have. They'll always underbuy. That has an ethical issue in Islam. You have to be empathic, considerate when you sell to others. Don't take advantage of the situation. Don't create artificial scarcity. Don't hoard. Don't take undue advantage of relative monopoly that you have. That's as a seller. Even as a buyer, don't underbuy. وَسَمْحًا إِذَا اقْتَضَى. And if for any reason you may want to seek a redress, maybe that has arisen in the course of your transaction with someone, maybe certain unpaid money or whatever, or certain breach of contract, somehow, either even in the process of seeking redress, it is also part of the Sharia that humanity must play out, empathy must play out. In fact, in Surah Al-Baqarah, وَإِن كَانَ ذُو عُسْرَةٍ فَنَظِرَةٌ إِلَى مَيْسَرَةٍ. If someone has borrowed from you, it's an ethic by the text of the Quran. Give indulgence to the time it will be convenient for such person. Don't charge interest. Don't compound interest. And the ultimate is, even if you can forgive and write off the debt of a person you know is in financial distress, Allah says that is better for you. And that's why we are saying, even in your business, in your trading, you are making the Jannah. See, let me go back to what Ibn Taymiyyah had said that I quoted another time. You see, no matter how spiritually good you are, you must also present your profile in positive impact on humanity before you can make it. It's like birds that can only fly with how many wings? 2 wings. Your Allahu Akbar, your tazkir, your azkar, your qiyamul layl is just 1 wing. It goes nowhere. You cannot fly with it. There is the aspect of ibadah that we call muta'addiya, transiting. Those things emanate from you, and then they impact on others positively. And at the end, the Prophet ﷺ has concluded, khairun nasi man yanfa'un nas aw kama qala. The best of mankind or the best of Muslim is one who is best in benefit for mankind. Then at Tazkiyah, it is important as a Muslim when you make your wealth, these are the spiritual angles to it, that you purify it. Purification of wealth is by dedicating, intentional, purposeful dedication of a portion of what you make to charity. Tazkiyah is about when you are charitable, you give some part of your earnings to corporate social responsibility or to promote one development or the other. That is the time that the remaining that you have kept for yourself is deemed purified. Of course, in Islam, you don't purify your wealth by paying certain percentage of it to one religious authority or religious institution. No. Comparing now to maybe tithing in the other religion. No. Whatever you have set aside in this sense, innama sadaqatu lil fuqara. We want to see the impact on the poor, wal masakin, and the needy. It must be deployed to solving human problems, social problems, to enhancing the condition of the people. So your mission as a businessman or woman in Islam is not just about acquisition. You have to acquire legally, you encourage to do that. It's even a means of worship, yes, provided you do that the halal way. But it's not just about monitoring your digits in your account. No. Consciously, you have to purify so that what you have made can be legitimate for you. It's also important that you set aside a good portion of it, lisa'ili wal mahrum. And then at tawazun, you have to be balanced. You have to be moderate between protecting your interest and being empathic to others as well, as I have said. Kulu washrabu Wala tusrifu. Any form of wastefulness and extravagance. Yes, you have your money, but you cannot spend it in some businesses. Sorry if I may be blunt. I wouldn't know. You all know those immoral activities that are being sponsored by some business ventures that have corrupted most of our youth, that have even, drifted them completely from what matters in life. Many of them will not have a future. It's not a cause on account of this and misorientation that they've been exposed to. All those who spend in the course of that, promoting gambling, alcoholism, indecency, fornication, you don't have that right in Islam. Don't forget, who is the owner of the money you have made? Who? Allah. You are not the owner. You are just an accountable trustee and a questionable manager. And you will not move an inch before Allah until you have cleared yourself of two things. Through what causes have you acquired them, and also to what causes have you. In Islam, let me just run through some 5 important maxims that juristically govern business activities in Islam, so that we all imbibe this and acculturate it as an ideological pilot that drives us while we conduct ourselves. First is ad-dararu yuzal. Whatever will lead to harm. La darara wa la dirar. This is not just hadith. They are principles that define your Islamicity even in the sight of Allah. Any business endeavor that is impacting harm or hurt, whether directly or indirectly, is to that extent a haram. Al-mashaqqatu tajlibu taysir. As a Muslim, you owe it an obligation in the conduct of yourself in businesses to make things easy. And whatever has appeared compounded must deserve consideration from you. Al-aslu fil mu'amalat al-ibaha. Let me emphasize this. Brothers who listen to all sorts of teachers or scholars of Islam, especially online, be careful. You may end up confusing yourselves. All the speakers I wouldn't know that have spoken before me, the one that I met, and the one that I very well know, that I can attest to his competence, our dear Dr. Bashir Oshodi. La uzaki ala Allahi ahada. To always see haram in everything as a Muslim, you'll die in penury. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I'm not in essence saying there is no haram. And I'm going to give you a guiding principle now. Al-aslu fil mu'amalat al-ibaha. For example, let me cite that it's out in the recent time that those who are in cooperatives, they are cooperating money periodically, and maybe if they can't all be in need at a time, one of them is needy but can maybe have as much as double his contribution and then pay over a time in order to make things easy. And then some wrongfully and erroneously postulating that is haram. You can't access a riba loan. You can't even do Islamic cooperative. And at the same time, your financial obligations are as gigantic as it. How do you survive? Take note. When it comes to transaction in Islam, the default rule is that everything is halal, except what there is a clear text for, that it is haram. So you don't ask in business, is this halal or not? No. What you should rather ask, the askable question is rather whether such is haram or not. Whatever the text has been silent upon is what? The message of Allah is clear. Al-halal bayyin, wal-haram bayyin. And inna Allah halal ashya'an wa harrama ashya'an wa sakata an ashya. La an nisyan. Allah has made some things lawful expressly. He has also made some things unlawful expressly by the text of the Quran or through his messenger. Wa sakata an ashya. And he has chosen to be silent upon certain things. Does Allah forget? Not out of forgetfulness, not out of ignorance, but rahma lakum. But if you now begin to exert your juristic ingenuity, not in solving problem, but in finding haram where there is not, you'll be creating problem for yourself and others. Are you with me? All standards have been perfected. To Allah alone belong perfection. But this industry is regulated at several levels. There is no bank that does not have an internal Sharia compliance unit. There is no bank that does not have internal Sharia audit unit. There is no bank that does not have internal Sharia risk management unit. Every bank, how many layers now? Every bank also has advisory committee of experts in Sharia who will look at their products. Making how many? 4. Then there is the phrase at the first central bank that will decide overall, that approve finally that this is halal. How can a product go through all layers, such layers of scrutiny, and somebody just because he has some audience and he leads a congregation in one corner of the world be declaring things halal or haram? That is not responsible enough. Above all this, there are also international bodies and organizations that have settled all necessary and applicable fatwas that regulate banking, insurance, and whatever that is governed by Islamic finance or Islamic economy. Is that clear? The IOFI standard is there. It's being updated so please don't confuse yourself. Dar'ul mafasid muqaddamun ala jalbil masalih. Whatever gain or profit that you are attracted to in your business endeavor, so long that is going to cause some hardship some way, no. The rule is prevention of harm takes precedence over acquiring some benefit. You get what I'm saying? That thing, though profitable to you, but it also portends some harm or hurt at some quarters, we will sacrifice that your potential gain and will give precedence to avoiding the harm that is going to cause. Are we there? Al-ada muhakkama. When we speak of the Sharia rules that regulate these industries, it is not all about what is contained in the standards of IOFI or other standards, or what the text of any particular business, provided those business norms or conventions are not in conflict with any clear text of the Quran or Sunnah or Ijma. Are you with me? So if certain thing is a conventional practice and it has come to stay, people know that that is the norm in this business. So you cannot say, where is it provided in the Quran? No, the text of the Sunnah has not provided for it. That is not applicable. Al-adatu also muhakkama. If it is a norm that people have known and they've worked with over the years, and it is not inconsistent with the fundamentals of the Sharia, it is also part and parcel. To have found a gold deposit in your backyard and you mine gold secretly, I wouldn't know. So you and whatever applicable law in your country will have problem with that. But there are also provisions for looked for such buried treasures. I'm not talking about that.
basically you want to earn legitimately in fulfillment of the verse of Allah that says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, O you who have believed, la ta'kulu amwalakum bainakum bil batil. Do not consume the resources of one another unlawfully or wrongfully, illa an takuna tijaratan an taradin minkum, unless it be by due process of trade or transaction that has been born out of the mutual consent of the two of you. Based on this, it is either you have a commodity to sell that you have in exchange for money. That is when you can only have a legitimate earning. Or you have a service to render. Which service, that is khidmah, which service is of value. We can see the value, we can feel it, we can measure it, and then you earn collateral underlying value in exchange will qualify as unlawful earning as far as Islam is concerned. Is that clear? Okay. So particularly now, we always talk about gharar in
paid, isn't it? Civil servants and even political office holders. These are also quarters that fetch people high earnings in some places. There are some corporate entities that pay some cadres of their employees between 10 to 20 million naira monthly in this country and in this economy, and some are a little less. So it's important for you to be dignified in your earning, that if it's about service, the service that you are to render must have its quality. Just us, even if he prays and fasts, laysa minna, is not of us. You are not a Muslim if you are characterized by cheating. So your buyer must meet their expectation from whatever product they buy from you. Advertisement, we have to be very responsible with the way we go about our promotion. Don't over hike the expectation of your customers, so that at the end of the day, they are meeting the contrary of what they have expected. That alone, if you operate in a regulated industry like banking, I want to believe that Dr. Bashir would agree with me that that may qualify your earning in that transaction as an unpermissible income, non-permissible income, which the CBN may have to mandate you to spend in charity. That is why in Islamic banks, even now, the advertisements are regulated by the bank, centrally by an agency of the central bank, so that you don't misinform the people. So when it comes to service as well, it is important that competence to deliver that service must be there. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ says in one hadith, it is reported by Ibn Khuzaimah as marfu, but maybe not authentic as marfu, but reported in some other courses as mawquf ala Umar, whichever it is, whether it's a saying of the Prophet or of Umar, both are authoritative. I mean, are we all in agreement? that man walla min amri al-muslimina amran fawalla rajulan an qarabatin yajidu man huwa aslahu lil muslimin faqad khana Allah wa rasulahu wal mu'minin. Whoever in assigning a role, in assigning a responsibility, in giving employment to certain person, now employs to that person out of the love or likeness he has for him, while he could find someone who is better for the job than that person. The Messenger of Allah says, such has betrayed Allah, betrayed the Messenger of Allah, and has also betrayed the entirety of the Ummah, the generality of the people. So these are things you don't compromise. If you earn from an employment for which you are incompetent, all your monthly salary would qualify as non-permissible income. If nobody will deprive you of it here in the hereafter, those income may stand against you in the hereafter. That's why amana is key. Inna Allah, the Prophet ﷺ says, yuhibbul mar'a idha amila amalan an yutkina. The standard for a Muslim, whenever you are assigned to do a responsibility, know your job, perfect your area of calling. Allah loves that whenever a believer wants to take up a responsibility, he has to perfect it. So if you are not a master of your area, please don't commercialize it so that you will be i'malu. Then there's all that is on the part of the employee. On the part of the employer, dignity as well is important in treating our employees, in the way and manner we interact with them. Fair treatment even in terms of the wage that we give. There are many capitalists. Do you know, I was asking recently, a teacher was teaching in a school and was being paid 25,000 naira a month. I was just wondering, how can one survive? We also have in some states government establishments now classifying workers into confirmed or maybe regular workers and done. What is the other term? Casual. Okay, they said casual, and the casual is being paid 10,000 naira per month. If indeed the casual is delivering value for what he does, then it's haram. There is no dignity there. You don't have any need to employ the service of someone you don't need this service. And if indeed you need the service, then it's also important that you have to be fair in remuneration. And you don't also have to delay unduly their payment. It is all known that the Prophet ﷺ has taught us never to allow the sweat of the laborer to dry before you pay him his wage. Do not deduct from the back door. Savings or deductions from employees' money that may end up not refundable when he departs your establishment. Those are the things that will stand against you and the Jannah in the hereafter. وَلَا تَبْخَسُوا النَّاسَ أَشْيَاءَهُمْ. The message that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, do not deprive people unnecessarily of their earnings. Okay, I will be rounding off now, inshallah. So, if this is so in business, I have spoken about an important area of wealth distribution, of wealth making. We talked about services and then trading in good. Let me also talk about the third aspect, which erroneously we may be looking at it as something gratuitous, such that the person in need may be looking at himself as a benefactor. That is the aspect of charity. I mean, what we will call generally social financing in Islamic economics. And from the foundation I had laid earlier, it is clear that as a Muslim, you owe it. You do not only have a privilege to make money the halal way. Are you with me? You also owe it a duty to purify what? Your earnings. And purification of your earnings is by what? By charity. So, no matter how small scale you want to rate your endeavor, consciously, by the policy of your business, you must also have something you have set aside for that purpose. And dignity also comes in there as well. Just as your employee is protected in terms that I've mentioned earlier, so also is the beneficiary of your charity. When you give charity, you are not seen as a conferrer of a favor in Islam. You are simply discharging an obligation, purifying your own wealth, and saving your head as well from the wrath and torment of Allah. Are you with me? So, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, la tubtilu sadaqatikum bil manni wal adha. Even as you give charity, do not conduct yourself in any way that is injurious to the beneficiary of your charity. You said he should come at a particular time and is there on time. You kept him sitting for hours for no just reason till the person feels, if not for condition, that is not a charity any longer. You have even committed a sin in the process. Don't make a news of what you do. And do not conduct it, whether by your word of mouth or by an action. You don't treat the beneficiary of your charity in any way that makes him feel not too good. Your charity must be of good substance. Good substance will have two phases. Phase one, it must be halal. Inna Allaha tayyibun la yaqbalu illa tayyiba. Phase two, it must also be a good, a handsome portion of what you have earned. Are they the same? So it may be halal, but if you are giving out something that is not meaningful, that is not appreciable, that adds no value, you are not doing charity. Lan tanalul birra. You'll never be considered to be righteous before Allah hatta tunfiqu, until you have given out charitably mimma tuhibbun, that portion which you still desire. Do you know that alert, debit alert that you receive that makes you have some something shivering, that keeps your account balance worrisome? That is exactly what Allah expects from you. And like I said, it has to be a package in your business. I'm not saying you should ruin your business, but you have to structure things effectively so that when you are doing charity, you make impact with it. Is that a notice that my time is up? I'm rounding off, please. Can you please let me quickly? Okay, sorry. So we all know what the contemporary problem in business is, riba, debt. I want to believe all my previous speakers must have spoken about that. But let me just conclude by giving us this quote, which I have titled Ansari, A-N-S-A-R-I-Y. Guiding your businesses as a Muslim is the quality of amana. Be trustworthy. Be credible. Lose not your dignity in business. Be ethical. Be guided by the principles of right and wrong. That is the first thing. And that is the only way you can discharge your trusteeship as a trustee over that business entity you preside over. Don't forget. Are you the proprietor of your business? Are you? Because you are the CEO, chairman, managing director. Are you the proprietor? You are not. Lillahi ma fi samawati wal ard. Liyajziya alladhina asa'u bima amilu wa yajziya alladhina ahsanu bil husna. You are just a caretaker and you are just a trustee. So you are accountable to an authority above you. So discharge your stewardship in your company in the manner of trust. The next is nazaha, and that is about being ethical, the integrity. You have to be legal in all things you do, and don't find excuse for yourself for going into illegality. Don't forget, you'll not move an inch before Allah on the day of Qiyamah until you are cleared of two questions. The first, from what sources had you acquired your wealth, and towards what causes as well had you expended them. Remember that always in all your business decisions. The next is Sadat. That's about, if it's about service, we are talking about competence. If it's about products, then we are talking about the merchantability of what you are selling. It must be of the expected merchantable quality. You do not give people the opposite of their expectation. Then the next is adala. Be fair. Do not take advantage of some privileges that you have. There are instances where the seller may have the privilege when he has that special privilege to name any price, and the commodity will still be patronized. When you find yourself in such situation, remind yourself of the hadith of the Prophet, that the mercy of Allah overshadow a person empathic when he sells, empathic when he buys, and even when he seeks redress, he is also in moderation. Then R, Rahma. I've said the is Ansari, the first is Amana, the N is Nazaha. I have used the Arabic term, which I've talked about competence in terms of services and merchantability in terms of products. Then Adala, that is about justice and fairness, equity in business. Then Rahma, be compassionate. You have to show mercy and compassion. That is why you are a Muslim. All the surahs of the Quran without exception. Yes, don't say Bara has no Bismillah. Surah to Tawbah is literally an extension of Surah to Anfal. It's not an independent surah. That's why it's not having Basmala. So there is no surah in the Quran that has not begun by what? In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful. Allah describes your Prophet Muhammad sallallahu as what? Ra'ufun Rahim. So pitiful, so compassionate. How can you then be a Muslim without pity? I think you'll be making a mere lip service. Then Ithar, a Muslim even prefers others when your interest conflicts with that of another in your business. It is required of you to prefer the interests of your customer, provided that that preference is not going to be injurious to you. That is just the margin. Are you with me? وَيُثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصًا. Allah praising the companions of the Prophet. And when Allah praises a thing in the Quran, that praise is an indication of endorsement, guiding you indirectly that this is the path to follow. Praising the companions of the Prophet, that they prefer their brothers to themselves. In their own case, that is what we are now not setting as standard. وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصًا. If you are going to be materially affected, then you may take the safe path. But if you can, without necessarily harming yourself, concede certain advantage that the situation has thrown up to your customer or to your client, that is what is preferred, so that your business will be really ethical. Then yaqadha, you have to be vigilant. Vigilant now, not to be vigilant about your potential or possible losses, no. To be vigilant in the sense that you assuring yourself that you have not crossed the border from halal to haram. Many things will look like it and they may not be it. So even if you don't have a police monitoring you, it is also very important for yourself to stay alert and be vigilant and watch yourself. So if you are, appoint self-auditors, appoint those who will guide you from time to time to ensure that you are not crossing the border. Lastly, on the charity aspect, we must have talked about zakat, qard. Then there can also be some tabarru projects for which banks can also consider, and I am making a call now to our finance institutions, our Islamic banks, our takaful companies, not to be only concerned about declaration of profit in their annual report as well. We would also want to see their profile also rising high in the aspect of social welfare, charity, like we have said, is part and parcel of what makes. So let me just read the conclusion. Economic dignity is restored when wealth is recognized as a trust from Allah, acquired through lawful means, managed responsibly, and directed towards both personal welfare and the welfare of the society. The three doors of service, which is commerce, buying and selling, social financing, and then services, underlying all the struggle against shuh, and that is the greed. Fight it, overcome it. Don't be greedy in your business. In conclusion, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَنْ يَتَّقِ اللَّهِ, whoever fears Allah in any of his endeavors, يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا, Allah would always provide a way out for such person. وَيَرْزُقُهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبْ, and He would also provide for you even from sources you could never have imagined. Adhering to all this is all about inviting blessings to your businesses, and it's all about making them a lot more prosperous. Allahumma ja'alna min al-umana wa jannibna al-batila wa dhulma wa shuhha. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us among the trustworthy, and may He keep us distant from all sort of fraud, injustice, and cheating. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala purify our hearts and businesses for us and all our endeavors. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakumullah khairan. Karan jazai kaman jaza ala wali. Takbirullah. A round of applause for our Sheikh. May Almighty Allah continue to preserve you, increase you in knowledge and piety. That's loaded. Well, I learned a lot, and I had some self reflection while you were speaking. May all of this count as a positive hujah for us. Now, before we move on now, we will need to break for Salah. So we'll just take that break to observe Salat Zuhr. But before we will do that, we'll quickly just have photo ops. We'll invite the Sheikh and all the speakers to the high table for photo session, so that we won't have to do that after we'll come back for Salah. So Sheikh, Mr. Ismail, Dr. Bashir, every of the speakers present should please come forward to be part of the picture session. And the representatives of the banks, so Stex, Lotus, and again, don't forget that the place for Salah is just in front. Once you use this exit, yeah, that's our makeshift masjid for today. And again, there are several other announcements. Stex has a raffle draw with Stex has a raffle draw for 20 people. 20 of those who open their account here today would win free 5,000 naira into their accounts. So in case you've not opened, set up an account for Stex. Yeah. So you should do so that you can get 5,000 naira. And again, food is important. I like food, I like money. Labule is here. Jollof rice, small shops, just outside of the tent here. We have labule, They can actually set up in the hall. The aroma will distort the concentration. So you can just step out if you need to get anything from labule.
check. Check.
Now, welcome back. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I'm sure we are energized now. We're taking all that we have learned. We've gone back to the Creator to pay homage, to observe Zuru, Salat Zuru, and I'm sure we are restored in faith and in learning. And like we all know, as Muslims, we do not just practice in the name of spirituality. We are guided by knowledge. So seeking knowledge is indeed a super beneficial act. Right about now, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the first panel session, and that will be anchored by. If it's in the hall, I need them to please come forward. Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. So your session is next right now. You hold the session. All right. We would have Mrs. Kekere, Dr. Bashir Oshodi, Mr. Ismail Anyoleri, and as the moderator, I think you would need to Mustafa, please come. I need you to see me. All right, so can we have Malam Ismail, please? Okay, then shift it a bit back. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Dr. Bashir Oshodi, and we need the representative of Alt Bank.
Check.
The representative of Alt Bank.
Check.
Yes, so I want the representative.
Check.
In case someone like that, you will need to sit here so that they can balance it out.
Check. Check. Hello. Check.
Oh, okay, that makes it better. So, we would invite Alaja Kekere to please come forward. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So we await the representative of Lotus Alt Bank, please. Are you? Okay.
Check.
So, please, Alaja, fine. Okay. All right. So yeah, the third.
Check.
Someone come on. No, yeah, the last one for you. The last six for you. Okay, yeah, you. Okay.
Check.
All right. So,
Check.
I think it's the one who sent me. I think it's this one. A moment. All right, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi. Welcome back. Can we get seated so that we can get right into the panel session? The program is not over. We're just getting into another part of the event. Yes, it is loaded. We can definitely wait until the networking session schedule before we get to do that. Let's take learnings from our panelists. Now, we got an information now that there was a mix-up with a laptop. In case you see or you find a laptop beside you, maybe the handler mistakenly left it somewhere. Please bring it forward or bring it to the media stand. Please. It will be very unideal and extremely unfair, and I don't even know what adjective to use right now. If we yes. Okay, so right now we're moving to the panel session 1, where we'll be discussing wealth the halal way. Wealth the halal way. And with us we have Madam Oluwatoyin Kekere-Ekun, the representative of Alt Bank, Oluwaseun Oshineye, and then we have our resource person, Dr. Bashir Oshodi. And finally, from Nur Takaful, we have Malam Ismail Anyolere. Thank you. And the moderator is Malam Mustafa Alau. We'll get right into it. Thank you.
Now, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah, we thank Allah one more time for allowing us to get to this stage of the event today. And I think it's been a very beneficial one so far. I think the topics addressed were very strategically selected and addresses a wide range of the concerns that we have as an ummah. So I would like to send my gratitude to the organizers for today, and I'm sure that a lot of us would agree with some of the sentiments I've espoused. Now, on this panel session, inshallah, we'll be addressing some questions to touch on some key issues. And inshallah, I'll start with the far end, Mrs. Kekere-Ekun. So I would like to draw you to the fact that when we speak about finance and investments, a lot of people think immediately about the quintessential options. So perhaps maybe direct investment in a farm, direct investment in setting up a bakery, perhaps. Another direct investment in maybe starting a fashion designing business. And if you look at the markets, maybe equities, buying stocks. What other alternative investment options are there that perhaps people don't have their eyes open to and they could really take advantage of, especially in these times?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I thank the organizers for inviting us here today, and it's been a very interesting session so far. So, I mean, all the investments you mentioned are fair, but one thing I would also recommend is investing in mutual funds, right? So what is a mutual fund? A mutual fund is like an investment vehicle where many people can invest in to form a pool, and that pool of funds is used to classes, and then the profit made is divided amongst everyone. Now, the reason why I recommend a mutual fund is because it's professionally managed. It's professionally managed, which means you don't have to sweat. You just invest and go to sleep. Another reason I recommend this is because you can go as you like. Also, mutual funds are safe because they are SEC registered, so you don't have to worry about that as well. And also, with mutual funds, because it's a pool, it's so cheap to enter that you don't have to break the bank. And what this means is that you can invest a very small amount, but you get the advantage of investing in billions, because by the time the money is pooled, the fund manager takes the money and invests in different asset classes. Another reason why I will recommend a fund is that there are different types of funds to cater to whatever needs you want. So if you want a fund that is long-term, there are. If you want a fund that is short-term, you need your money very soon, there are. Depending on the risk profile, you don't like risk, there are. You don't mind risks, there are. So that's why I asked. So should I just continue?
Yes, please.
So like I said, there are different classes of funds. So you have the low risk funds, you have medium risk funds, you have long term, you have high risk funds, and that depends on your risk. So that's what I'm mutual funds.
Jazakumullahu khairan. I think mutual funds are, for lack of a better term now, slept on. I think that it's something that is very easily accessible by a lot of people. There are a lot of organizations that, give these options out for different people to take advantage of. So Jazakumullah khairan for that.
Check.
Now, looking at non-interest banking, and I'm bringing this to you, Mr. Oluwaseun. When people hear non-interest banking, because I think the default in a lot of people's minds is that when you give money out, what you get in return is interest. So you're telling me you're doing non-interest banking. I mean, is that charity, firstly? And then secondly, how can we Muslims take advantage of non-interest financial products? I mean, what are they in the first place, and how do we access them and benefit from them?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, we appreciate the convener of this program. Yeah. Okay. So, firstly, I will appreciate the convener of this program. Majorly, when people get to hear what non-interest banking is all about, the first thing that will come to mind is, when you are saying non-interest, are you saying you don't charge? Are you saying we are doing charity? The basic principle is this. What we are saying is we are not lending money. We are not doing money on interest for you. And the basic truth about it is what we are saying is there's an underlying contract on what you want exactly. So non-interest banking majorly in a halal way is an ethical banking, a permissive banking, whereby there is an underlying contract. So what we are saying is, you come to us, you want a banking that has to do with a free interest, but basically the general thing there is, the general note there is there's an underlying contract. So we are not saying the interest free part is there's a particular contract underlining on what you are requesting for. And majorly when you come to us for a request or probably for banking, we are saying we are rendering a service, we are partnering with you, and we are involved in both your profits and also probably there's a loss part. So majorly not interest banking is an ethical banking that has to do with sharing of both profit and loss. And when we now say, okay, fine, what are the different models? We have different contracts, which we will still talk about maybe later on. We have different contracts. And what we are saying basically is, you are coming to us for a service, and if you listen to all the earlier speakers, they talk about different contracts in terms of there's an underlying contract. So basically what we are saying is, you have a contract, you have a specific service and an underlying product you want to get. So you are coming to us to get a product, and we are saying we are not going to give you cash, we are not going to give you money. So it's different from conventional bank. A conventional bank will tell you we are lending money to you. But in a non-interest banking, we don't lend money, we don't do loan, basically, except if it's a benevolence loan. A benevolence loan is a loan that has no interest. But when we come to our facility part, we call it facility. And the reason why we call it facility is because there's an underlying product in it, whereby you want a specific, maybe for people who are into trading now, we are saying, okay, we have a goods, who will purchase the good for you? And once we purchase the good for you, we will pay the buyer while you involved in the buying and selling, and at the end of the day, we have an agreement on the profit sharing. So majorly is about sharing of profits, and on the other side too, if there's loss, we also both share in it.
No, Jazakumullah khairan. And people, they can access some of these, benevolent loans, some of these contracts by visiting some of the Islamic banks that we have around us, like our sponsors, Al Amana, Lotus, Jaiz, and the likes.
Exactly. So we have that, at least as we speak now, just as Doctor said, presently we have 5 non-interest bank. We have the alternative bank where I work. We have the Chase Bank, we have the Taj, we have Lotus, and we also have Summit now, they already have their license. And we also have some others that are still coming up on board. So when we approach any of these financial institute that deals with non-interest banking, they can always add to it. So, but it's basically in a contract, there's a different arrangement of contracts that are underlining on it.
Jazakumullah khairan for that insight. Doctor, so I'll be coming to you on this now. And, I have a list of questions, but I like to pose the difficult questions, if you will, because I think that, there are some elephants under the carpet, and we as Muslims need to address, right? There's this prevailing narrative that we are living in a capitalist society, and we heard the Imam Abdurrahim Sai expound on that, and really and truly, for us to be able to achieve that level of ownership in the stake of the Nigerian economy as Muslims, we just have to enter the conventional financial system, which involves heavily riba. If you look at some of the large industrial scale projects that we have in the country, it is riba financed. So we as Muslims, we now have to ask the question, okay, how do we now balance sticking to our faith and sticking to the commands and injunctions of Allah, and also being able to finance large projects, support ourselves, have those large infrastructures in place and facilities in place for us to really get to that next level? Really, what is available for us with the contracts within Murabaha, Mudaraba, Ijara, and the likes? what really is the potential for it? How large can we scale it? What really is the potential for us to be able to utilize these instruments to get to where we need to be?
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to be here. Sometime, someone traded in commodity. Decided to raise 100 billion naira using a commercial paper. Commercial papers are usually short-term instruments, usually less than a year. So rather than go to the bank, whether you're using Moraba, you're using Ijara, or any of these contracts, it will still probably charge you something around 30-35% thereabouts. So sometimes people come to the capital markets to raise funds. If it's short-term, commercial paper. If it's long-term, it can be sukuk. You can also syndicate in some cases. So someone went to the market, wanted to raise 100 billion naira. We raised over 150. Not a Muslim. Right? They did a second tranche of it. Right now, I'm middle of a commercial paper for a client. No, it's sukuk for a client. The client himself is not a Muslim. We're doing 200 billion. The point is, the money is there. Just like I mentioned in my talk, the guys or the investors or the companies that will invest in these portfolios, they don't have to be Muslims. Right now, if you put a good deal on the table, double rating, PENCOM compliant, the big names, let me not mention their names, the big names will rush to be part of the deal. So there's no problem at all. So again, while we're trying to accept non-interest finance, we're still struggling to accept it after 15 years. We're still trying to convince ourselves, Islamic banking. We're still trying to plead and beg, and the other guys are saying, hey, we don't have a problem with this. They don't have a problem. If they go to a conventional bank, they're going to get 35%, 40%. When they come to us, we give them follower rate. They come to us, they don't care. They follow the process. Yes, they have their rating. They do 3 rating, they make sure it's PENCOM compliant. PENCOM compliant means that PFAs can invest in it. A lot of our non-interest businesses are not PENCOM compliant. Not because they don't want to, they are either not aware or they don't know the rules. And even when you give them the rules, they run away. They just run away, like, oh, this is complex. But others are doing it. So in other cases, you can just do syndication, right? You can say, okay, your deal is $2 billion, for example. Sorry, I'm mentioning the big names, right? Someone can just as well say, out of these $2 billion, let's make part of it Sharia compliant. One of the things that we did when I was in the bank, the first thing we did, again, Imam Sai was on our board. I went to the board and said, hey, board, Sharia board, apologies, allow us to refinance existing debt instruments or debt portfolio or loans, if you like, to keep it simple. So somebody has a conventional loan. It's maybe they're building a jetty somewhere or some deep sea port, and it's X amount. And that portfolio is already running. So I went to Sharia board to appeal that let's allow refinancing. And the Sharia board said, okay, let's use the word replacement. You replace interest-bearing debt and make them Sharia compliant. Of course, just like Imam Saeed mentioned, it then went to the phrase CBN in the Sharia board. They also approved it. And that was because 40 years ago in the UK, somebody will have mortgage from a conventional bank. Consciousness has entered the person's heart. The person decided to go and do a non-interest or Islamic mortgage. What they simply doing was that the Islamic bank will buy over that mortgage from the conventional bank, less the interest element for that particular period. And so our Sharia board approved that we can do istisna, can refinance using istisna, using forward Tijara and Ijara, and using the Dimension Musharaka. Right? So what that means, so when I was in the bank, we go to the conventional bank and say, guys, give us your deal. The first transaction we refinanced was $30 million. We refinanced it. We replaced it. We made the Sharia compliant. There are no problems. But we're not buying them. As simple as that.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Barakallahu feekum. So I think once the case for bankability and profitability is there's willing capital to be deployed in those.
So you see a lot of the big names in the capital market right now. Some of them are owned by banks. They are there. So if you want to issue anything, they beg that they don't want to be the issue now, so they don't want to be joint issue now, they don't want to be the trustee, they don't want to bring solicitors to the trustees, they don't want to bring the parties. They're not just bringing the parties for fun. I'm middle of a commercial paper right now. That commercial paper, 5 issuing houses, are conventional issuing houses. They're putting out the money. They don't care. The Sharia compliant is good, the rating is fine, there's cash flow. The parties are reasonable people, they're respected people, they put money in it. As simple as that.
Jazakumullah khairan for that insightful response. Okay, so Mr. Ismail, when we look at insurance, there is this level of skepticism within the Ummah towards it because of the elements in its variables, so such as interest, gharar, you know, and these things make a lot of Muslims, you know, very reluctant and step back, you know, looking at things with a squinty eye. How do you essentially summarize the difference between takaful within the Islamic framework and the conventional insurance? What really is the difference?
Thank you very much for this question, and I'll just simplify it. Let me start by saying that conventional insurance is a risk transfer mechanism. And what does that mean? Simply put, it's a situation where an insured identifies a risk that he needs to mitigate against. You know, he approaches an insurance company. He transfers that risk to the insurance company by paying a consideration, which is the premium. And within the period of insurance, he's undercover. What does that mean? That means whatever he has insured against within that period of insurance, if he suffers that loss, the insurance company comes to his aid to compensate him financially. We call it indemnity. They indemnify him, put him back to the position he was prior to the incident. Technically, what that means is that the individual is totally transferring his risk to the insurance company, and he has paid a consideration, which is the premium for that. Of course, the premium he has paid, when a conventional insurance company intends to invest that, of course, they can invest it in different type of investment instruments, which is interest-based anyway. Of course, the area of garar, uncertainties, comes in because again, it's a transfer mechanism. You understand? Now, let's come back to the Takaful model of insurance. Before I explain the mechanism behind the Takaful model of insurance, I want us to note this. Whether it is conventional or Takaful, you know, ultimately the purpose is to mitigate risk and get indemnified when you suffer a loss. But the principle that underpins Takaful differs from that of conventional. Now, for Takaful, it's purely a risk-sharing mechanism. And when I say a risk-sharing mechanism, what do I mean? The same insured identify a risk to be insured against. So rather than approaching a conventional insurance company, he approaches a Takaful company. Now, for him and other participants, what they are doing is to contribute into a pool. The pool they are contributing into is meant for them to be paid a claim when they suffer a loss, still within the Takaful insurance period. But this time around, they are contributing into that pool to jointly indemnify themselves or guarantee themselves against those specified risks. Now they do not have that expertise to manage that fund. So they call on the Takaful operator to manage that fund on their behalf. One thing I want us to know here is that they own the fund that they are contributing to the pool. They are not transferring that premium to the insurance company. Rather, it's a form of, I call it a contract of donation. They are donating into that pool to indemnify themselves against specified losses. And that concept is what we call tabarru in Takaful. So a contract of donation. They are willingly donating that fund into that common pool. First off, to be managed by the Takaful insurance company to settle whatever loss they suffer within the Takaful insurance period as claims, which is indemnification. Then, in that same pool, the Takaful operator would have decided which contracts he wants to use in managing that pool for him to earn his own income. That's where the area of the contract for managing that common pool comes to play. It could be a Mudoraba contract between the Takaful operator and, of course, the participant in that pool, whereby that fund in the pool is invested on behalf of the participants, and, of course, the Takaful operator earns a certain level of returns, share of the profit in that pool. And whatever happens thereafter is used to settle claim on one side and to redistribute surplus for those of them that might not have made claim within the insurance period. Again, the Takaful operator can decide to say, okay, rather than going the Mudoraba way, let's do a Wakala thing. Let the model be a Wakala, arrangement. we have an issue managing that same fund on their behalf. It charges that fund a certain level of administrative fee. We call it wakala fee. And thereafter, whatever happens within that fund belongs to those participants. First off, to settle their claim when they suffer a loss and redistribute surplus to those of them that might not suffer a loss within the insurance period. But basically, when we look at the Nigerian claim, what we use mostly in Nigeria today for virtually all of the Takaful operator is the hybrid model, where of course the Mudoraba and the Wakala contract are combined as a hybrid model. First off, for the operator to be able to earn his Wakala fee, have an issue and equally share from the profits of the profit that accrues on the investment of that common pool, at the end of the day. So that is one major difference. Secondly, I will quickly want to mention this area of Sharia governance, because again, today here we've mentioned that the regulation again around the non-interest financial institution, the NIBs, and of course the Takaful operator. So within the Takaful operator, within of course the Takaful operator office, we have the Sharia internal compliance unit that ensures that all the operations and the product that is to be sold to the public, will have gone through the rudiment of being Sharia compliant. That's not the only level. Within the operator, we have what we call the ACE members, the Advisory Council of Experts, or the Sharia advisors, that ensures that the operation of a Takaful operator and the product they sell, have gone through the rudiment of being Sharia compliant. Even at the regulators level, we have the TAC members too, the Takaful Advisory Council or the Sharia Takaful Advisory Council, to ensure that whatever is being brought to the regulator, either by way of product design or the entire operation, are certified as Sharia compliant. So I will summarily say that conventional insurance is purely a risk transfer mechanism. Takaful is a risk sharing mechanism, and it has an additional layer of compliance. Everything that conventional insurance is being regulated upon is equally part of what is part of the regulatory reform regulation for Takaful. But there's an additional layer of regulation when it comes to Takaful, which is that aspect of Sharia governance. And it's not only peculiar to Takaful. Within the non-interest financial institution, the NIBs, the fund managers, all of these arrangements are fundamentally there. Thank you.
Barakallahu fikum. I think that was a very clear explanation that if anyone had any form of confusion before, that would be cleared now, inshallah. Barakallahu fikum. So I'll go to Mrs. Kikere Ekunao. One of my friends, he told me that there was a time when he was looking at this MREIF, that's the Ministry of Finance Real Estate Investment Fund, and he saw how low the rate was, 9.7 or 9.75% in order to acquire a home. And obviously, because that's based on conventional financing, that's the mortgage mechanism, he stepped into an Islamic bank, right? And when he did the calculation of what he would need to pay for a mortgage, it was even perhaps higher than what another conventional alternative might have given him. So the reality for a lot of people is that, yes, we want to stick to what our faith dictates, but it is very expensive on many levels. I was reading a statistic from Kainos Edge. It's an economic outfit in Nigeria that spoke about how 44% of Nigeria's wealth is in the hand of the top 1%. So the top 1% controls 44% of Nigeria's wealth. In order to merge these two together now, how do we have people who are on the retail level have access to high value assets such as real estate, perhaps through contributory efforts? What sort of products are in place within the Islamic banking system that retail investors can access so that they can also step into that realm of holding high value assets within Nigeria's economy? Jazakumullah khairan. And I know that Dr. Oshodi would like to add something to that.
Okay, let me ask you. The good news is that you have Federal Mortgage Bank, that should give you the second mortgage bank. So a second mortgage bank will give you funds through a primary mortgage bank. I think the CBN has approved an Ijara product for them, so that those at the bottom of the pyramid can get started to buy houses. However, anytime soon, I'm sure that will start. But more interestingly, or more importantly, the fact that we then need Sharia compliant primary mortgage banks to be able to take this money. Of course, they're going to be doing diaspora mortgages too. Okay, the argument is that, why are you doing diaspora mortgage? But the good thing is that they can give out facilities from that end. Just to add up again to what Tony Kerek mentioned, is that yeah, I like the collective buying, which is very common. By the time MREF comes out, you see the uniqueness of it, which is going to be very nice. But I also want to encourage people, if they want to, that collective thing, so you can actually collectively buy land. So I practicalize with my brothers, the four of us. So I go back when I go back to Nigeria, I say, guys, you know about this, no problem. We bought a parcel of land. Everybody started to work out facilities here and there, to build together. It's built, we're not living there, we rented it out. But the point is that it's built. So sometimes you just need to say 5 people, get a plot of land, 600-700 square meters, build terraces or build flats. It's almost easy to do. Even if you don't get mortgage facilities, you can take regular facilities when you get bonuses and all of that, or when you make money from trade. That way you don't wait for the system. Like I told you, the guys from the East, they don't wait for the system. They make the system work for them. And that's what we'll start to achieve among ourselves.
Barakallahu feekum. Thank you so much. So, I hope we all benefited from that. So, I think what I'll take from that is that don't look at purchasing a house as such a tall order that you cannot achieve. There are products in place, just like there are products for many other needs that you can take advantage of within the Islamic finance and banking system. So due to time, let me just... Yes. So due to time, so what we'll do now is that we'll just take it to the audience, and we'll have some questions for the panel, inshallah. If you have a question, please just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. Okay, so we'll start with the sister, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's all right, you can sit.
I have 3 questions.
3 questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will mention those that I wanted to ask the question from, because the question is based on their presentation.
Okay.
Okay, the first one that I want to ask is Brother Ismail Ayolere. He said something about surplus distribution. So I want to ask you that, how often do you do the distribution? Is it annually or quarterly? Do you understand my question?
What's the period? What's the periodic payments?
Yes.
I'm like, okay.
And then the second question goes to Imam Abdurrahim Sai. When he was telling us that we shouldn't, I'm sorry I have to go to him. It's very important to me, please. There's a question, he said we shouldn't employ based on emotion. And I have a company that I'm managing. So there's a case of you paying. Do you know, in a company, the person you are paying the most might not be the person working the most. So at times, qualifications brings about such. Are we being emotional about that? Or do we still have to, somebody with no qualification, though the person is giving you the value, do we have to pay them as much as someone that has qualification? I don't know if my question is well understood.
So, okay. All right, so I think...
All right, so... No. We do not want to distort the flow, because we have a panel and some questions, most of the questions will come to the panel. We would like to single out his question so that he can respond without distorting the flow. Are you fine?
Okay, fine.
All right, I'll just bring the mic to you, sir. Would you want her to take it again, or you got the question? All right.
I think it's essentially going to be determined by what we consider as value and what price we've also placed on what value. Day-to-day operation may be one thing, but maybe to have the right intellectual acumen to coordinate things and create direction may have a higher value than mere meddling with the operations. Such that even in classical Islamic law, you can have a partnership just because of jah or wajid. There is what we call sharikatul wujud, giving someone a share in a company just because of the goodwill that is bringing on board. The mere fact that if such person is listed as part of the directors of the company, it earns credibility, even if he does not have any cash contribution. So it depends on what placement you want to. Values differ, and I do not think there is a universal parameters for measuring value, especially if you want to use the impact. What should determine the measure is that the person that is rated with higher, he may not be the one that will be doing the job at the operational level, but perhaps is in charge of the strategy, that, or he has some goodwill. All that can also contribute into the pricing. But we should not just deceive ourselves. We have to be very pragmatic and frank with whatever parameters we want, so that we use the indices. You know, the practical indices must be what we can actually identify as the impact or value that such is impacting on the business. I think that's why I don't think it's a hard and fast rule. Allah Alam. I hope I've answered.
Now, the third question goes to Dr. Oshodi. He was advising us on joining force to build houses. She understand. But I want him to advise some of us, we don't have the opportunity. We have land, but we cannot build because building is expensive. Is there a way you can advise us? As in, is there any way you can give us advice on partnership with people that can afford to build on our land for a long-term partnership or something? Just an advice to bring a solution to that. We have land, we cannot build. So what advice do you have for us? Assalamu alaikum.
All right. Jazakumullah khairan for your questions. So we'll just start with the first one with regards to the frequency of periods where the surplus payments are disbursed.
Okay. Thank you very much. For surplus payments in the Takafu insurance model, it's always an annual thing, because again, insurance contracts, actually insurance is broadly categorized into two. It could either be general insurance, non-life, or life insurance. But let us restrict ourselves to general insurance for the purpose of your question, so that I can explain that aspect of surplus distribution effectively. So, general insurance runs for a duration of 12 months, 1 year. It's a 1 year period. When it finishes, you renew that insurance contract for you to be on cover. So for surplus to be distributed, if you buy an insurance policy within that 12-month period, and within that pool, you do not suffer a loss. You know, tendencies at the end of the year, when that portfolio is profitable, your own particular portfolio is profitable. What do I mean by your portfolio being profitable? Insurance, even general insurance, has different, different classes. Motor insurance, for example, marine insurance, aviation, general insurance, and so on and so forth. So depending on which of the policy you've bought for that period, within that same pool, if you do not make a claim, and within that pool we have excess fund after claims and other expenses have been settled. So at the end of the financial year, when the financial report of the Takafu company is done, we've known how much we've paid in claims, other expenses settled, and an amount of surplus is declared. That this is the amount of surplus that is declared. Of course, going through the statutory regulatory approvals, the regulator has equally approved that quantum of surplus to be distributed. At that point, your own share of the profit of the surplus will now be, given to you. So simply put, it is when the last policy bought within that Takafu insurance period expires, the process of surplus begins,
and where you are eligible and it has been approved, according to the contribution, which is the premium you paid, you'll now be able to get your own share of the surplus. I hope that explains it.
Jazakumullah khairan. Dr. Oshodi.
Okay, to answer your question, let me start with Takaful. The primary purpose of Takaful is to mutually support each other, ethically support each other, hold each other by the hand, and move on together. That's the primary purpose. I want to then relate that to Takaful. So if you have that for business, I mean, Isusu before, people support each other. Isusu, you work on Mr. A's farm today, Mr. B's farm tomorrow, build Mr. C's farm next tomorrow, like that. Isusu, collective investment, collective support. So Takaful is actually collective support. In the same vein, if you want to collectively have your own houses or your own home, I think it's going to have to be a collective thing. So let me give you an example. I'll use a real life case study. So 4 of us, I was the only one in the formal sector. Two of my brother lawyers work in law firm, of course. One is a son, one is a judge now, and the other one is an architect. 3 of them in formal sector. I was the only one in the formal sector, so I said, guys, no problem. I'll buy the land. I'll be the one to go and get facility to get the land, right? Because we're together. We didn't intend to do it in 1 year or 3 years. This took like 12 years to buy the land, pay gradually, and build gradually. So I took the thing, and then at some point, we made everybody to take Istisna facility. You take Istisna, it's 1 year, usually short term. You buy cement, whatever, you build part of it, you wait again. Another person that is got cash flow, takes another Istisna facility, buy the windows and the doors, like that, slowly and gradually. So the back of periodic Istisna facility, we completed the property. On the back of the fact that I was in formal employment, I was able to get the bulk of facility to buy the land first. And of course, there's where we arrange among ourselves. So the reason why I'm talking about collective investment or collective takaful is that one person may bring more than the others. It doesn't mean that everybody must bring the same amount. You know, somebody within the team, among brothers, sisters, must say, you know what, I'm going to take the leadership role here. I don't care. I'm going to make sure, because if something happens, you're going to be responsible, right? So we combine the takaful model, you know, within a personal arrangement, with to a very large extent, you know, a lot of resistance. Of course, at some point, do a bit of ijara to say, okay, let's get the particular equipment to pay for a longer period of time. That way, the house straight and fine. And then, at some point again, there was a need to do certain things there that we couldn't figure out. Somebody was able to get it done. Somebody just volunteered and said, okay, you know what, I'm going to fix it. So that, in fact, one person probably not even contributed anything for a very long time until more recently. So you need that kind of brotherly, sisterly arrangement to sort out your own problems. In the UK, for example, the Asians don't go to the banks to go and collect mortgages. They do what called collective right of offset, right, for their mortgages. Just like our Isusu. It's not even my Isusu. Rather than go and collect mortgage, they will buy a house for somebody now, buy a house for another person the following month, like that. And that's where they develop that. Of course, the Igbos do the same thing. They help themselves. So it means that beyond this fantastic program, everybody trying to use the bank, the truth is that most people will still not open accounts at the end of this year. So what we need to do is we need to select ourselves and say, come, how can 5 people, 10 people, community, cooperative, how can we help ourselves to jointly achieve this thing? You know, with utmost sincerity.
Collective effort. Jazakumullah khairan for that. Okay, so the brother now, the blue cap, yeah.
I have 2 questions. First, for Dr. Oshodi. Pensions. So, aside from all of these Islamic banking, do you have, say, are there plans to create pension platform, especially for we Muslims? You know, because we know what these pension companies use the money for. They invest in many times in interest products, and then some of them they don't give the pensioners return, some of them, and then at the end of the whole, you know, it is not usually easy to get some money. So are there plans in place that is going to serve as a pension thingy for we Muslims? And then my second question for Justice Said, for salaries, let's say as Muslims you try to be conscious of where you work, and then you don't want to earn haram salary. So say, because I've worked at 2 companies, one it's a French company, but whenever we have inactive money in the account, the director says, oh, let's do fixed deposit, and then at the end of the month the fixed deposit is used to pay salaries. So it is a French, they teach French, that is the first company. And the second is also a traveling and tour company. So whenever we have native money, it says, let's do fixed deposit, they use that money to pay salary. So it eventually, many directors are leaning towards fixed deposit. So, it serves as a bonus for them to pay or offset some of the expenses. So how do we classify these salaries as conscious Muslims?
Jazakumullah khairan. Dr. Oshodi.
Again, I'll start my survey. If you have a pension, a PFA, they're putting your money in. Can you just raise up your hand? If you have a PFA, if you have moved your money from PFA to Fund 6, raise up your hand. There's Fund 6. Exactly. So it means that you didn't even know there's Fund 6. A few years ago, Pencom released Fund 6. It means that there's a portfolio now you can move your money to Fund 6, so you can use for Sharia compliant transactions. As simple as that. While conventional PFA, while they control assets of over 30 trillion naira, the Islamic one is barely 250 billion. After like 7 years now, thereabout, about 6 years, thereabout. Just barely 250 billion, that's nothing, right? I'm sure Tokekere has 250 in our portfolio right now, right? So it means that, number one, if you're in formal employment, you must have pension, but you must instruct your PFA, your pension administrator, to move your money from conventional pension to Fund 6 until you do that. Now back to the question for Imam Sahih, I'll take the first lead on that question. Sharia scholars under office standard agreed that if there's a company that makes whatever compliant, not conventional banking, not tobacco, not alcohol, and that company has a total assets that the size of their company is 100 billion naira, for example, 100 million naira, that's the size of their assets, and then they want to invest in non-Sharia compliant instruments. If that non-Sharia and they invest a maximum of 33 million naira in that non-Sharia compliant instrument, Sharia scholars say is allowed because they have to give charity. So if the size of that company is 100 million, for example, and they have only invested 20 million in a 10 deposits that is interest based, our office standard says allow it, let it go. Aside others, let me just give a lip, allow Imam to continue with the answer.
Wa alaikum salam. Imam.
Beyond the submission of Dr. Oshodi, I think the foundational issue is what service has been transacted. Is it a halal service or not? So if you are selling commodity now and somebody deals in brewery, for example, and he comes with brewery money to buy a halal product from you, is it haram that you have sold what you are selling to him? So it is the business of the management of the company. All your own case is that you have rendered a service that is halal, and you are entitled to receive your payment for what you have rendered, and whatever you receive in that manner is halal. But maybe on a civic or voluntary ground, you may advise, if the philosophy that has informed that attitude of the employer is just to see how to leverage on some extra income so that the obligation of salaries will not deplete their money, then you can offer some halal options for them. The fact that a bank deposit is fixed deposit does not necessarily make it haram. There are halal fixed deposits that banks too offer. Yes, there are mudaraba accounts that can be fixed deposit and that can be halal. What has classified it as haram is basically the presence of the interest of riba there. That is in addition to, and it is not possible that you can have the quantum that is being deployed into payment of salaries cannot likely be so large than the percentage that Dr. Oshodi has also given. Are you with me? So I think you should just be focused. That's why I said in my presentation, don't put yourself in an extremely constricted situation whereby you are just saying, you're right, you are saying haram. Your front everywhere around you, you will put yourself in an artificial difficulty. You've rendered a service that is halal, you are entitled to your payment. You do not, that person owes the duty to explain how he has sourced his own money. But for your own service, you should be paid. even if he does prostitution to patronize you, he will be accountable to his Allah, but you will be eligible and entitled to your own halal money. Wallahu a'lam.
Jazakumullah khairan, Imam, for that response, and also Dr. Oshodi for your response. Because of time, we can't take any more questions. However, what I'll do is that I will turn to the panel now, and then I would ask this question. It's one question for everybody on the panel, starting with Mrs. Kekereko at the far end. What is that one step to improve our financial standing that you give to the audience today before we go home? What's just that one action point that you tell? Naam, inshallah.
Make sure that we're investing in, proper. And then, of course, we all know that the equities market is fantastic over the last 3 years, and so you should get involved, but get involved in a structured way so you don't make mistakes. So what I'll invite you to do is call your fund manager to advise you. Thank you.
Call your fund manager to advise you. Jazakallah khairan for that. Now, Mr. Olashon, please give us that one action point that we can take on Monday to help you improve our financial standing.
All right. Thank you very much. For me, the very first action point is for us to embrace non-interest banking. So if you are still there, just as a doctor said, discover that even people of the other religion have been the one enjoying this, financing in terms of a non-interest banking over time. So let's embrace it. Come on Monday. If you are not having a non-interest banking account yet, let's open one. And if you are an entrepreneur or you are into business or any trade, there are different segments, there are different financing aspects, there are different support or partnership that we can get through non-interest. So let's embrace it and get ourselves acquainted with it. Thank you.
Open a non-interest banking account.
That's not a better story. My father had the book is Bring Out the Magic in Your Mind, by a man called Al-Quran, A-L-K-O-R-A-N, Al-Quran. I am listening to a Christian. He bought the book in the 60s in the UK. As I had the book at home, he used to read the book. One of the chapters in that book is what is called the magic of visualization. The magic of visualization. You want to visualize, you want to achieve something. And so a few years ago, I was in the UK, I bought the book. I allowed my kids to read it. I will go through that book line by line. What am I trying to say? Believe. You must believe that you can achieve something. Right? That belief, that zeal, not something, one person, one house, not anything. You must believe that you can get it done. And all the machinery you need to put in place, the knowledge, the skill, the connection, you must then put everything in place to make sure you achieve it. So everybody can achieve whatever you want to achieve. And that's the truth.
I've never known anyone in my life who does not believe that they can achieve their goal and then achieve that goal. Jazakallah khairan. Now,
okay, for me, the parting shot would be that, approach your fund manager like Mrs. Kekerekun has said. Approach your non-interest bank to open an account, and get guided by the advice that will be given to you. But when all these are done, and either you have your facility, or you have your account opened, and you need to scale up your business or
do a startup, start a business from the scratch. Always remember, approach your Takaful company too, so that aspect of protecting that wealth or protecting that business enterprise you want to start up or you want to enhance will be adequately done for sustainability of that business. So that's my advice, and you will see it in my call to action while I presented that know your Takaful company, approach them for risk mitigation, and when you do that, at least you have that rest of mind that you are adequately protected when the unforeseen or those incident happens. You would have taken the necessary precaution, and you have that rest of mind that you can continue your business unabated. Thank you.
Know your Takaful companies and approach them for risk mitigation solutions. Jazakumullahu khairan to the panel for this very insightful session. And I ask Allah Azza wa Jal to increase you in knowledge and hikmah. And I ask Allah Azza wa Jal to count these efforts as an act of ibadah and allow it to weigh heavily on your skills. Jazakumullahu khairan. This will be the end of the session. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
Naam, jazakumullahu khairan, khairan jazaika man jaza al-wali. May Almighty Allah preserve each and every one of you and all of us. Thank you so very much. I will speak to my own broker so that I can move my insurance to No Takaful. Yes. Okay, so that's a very picture this session. KK. So while they take their pictures, I guess we can have the representative of Marble Capital, representative of Dr. Akim Oyewale, for a very short but loaded presentation. I hope we have the presentation ready. So right after that, we'll move on to the second panel session. And for those who will be on the panel session will be the representative of Marble Capital, Stex, Yashud Properties, and Nuremberger. So it's going to be a mixed blend where Nuremberger would speak to us on how to retire well, because retirement is certain. And the other person would speak to us about pension, and Yashud representative will speak from the angle of real estate investment management. Thank you so much. All right, so we have Malam Mustaqim, Malam Thani, to represent Dr. So Malam Thani representing Dr. Abdulakim Oyewale of Marble Capital. Yeah, please.
So Nuremberger is an ethical pension company. So those were asking questions about ethical retirement plan. We have ethical pension with Nuremberger. We have property and real estate investment with Yashud. And STEC is the latest and the only Sharia compliant, your OPay, your Money Point fintech app. So all the three of them are going to come here. And this Marble, their own is, they are special, apart from every other thing, they are the number one innovator in commodity investment through the capital market. So every one of them that are here can answer any specific question, and each of them tailors to what you need to build wealth. Please, Ejo, take note.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. So, on behalf of Dr. Akim Oyewale, it's a pleasure representing him here, and he also sent his sincere apologies for not being here physically. So, just to go straight to the presentation. So, reclaiming economic dignity, Islamic wealth ethics in today's economy. So when we, a lot of things that as Muslims, we have not been so conscious of is that wealth itself is an amana on us. So it's something, it has the 5 core, okay, so the why behind reclaiming economic dignity. So a lot of people today, we are battling with economic disgrace, right? And which is the reason why we have to reclaim the economic dignity. Well, doing income, inequality, rising debt, inflation, and ethical lapses, all these affect our wealth, right? And it's something that we have not been conscious of when we are trying to build wealth as Muslims. So Islam offers a moral and practical framework for justice, accountability, equitable distribution. So earlier in some of the speakers' presentation, they laid emphasis on democracy, the Sharia, protection of wealth. These are things that Islam has brought in place for us to build our wealth, right? And this economic dignity is something that speaks to our financial independence. How are you able to you are independent financially, right? Because a lot of us today we try to build wealth through different ways, but we fall in debt. We fall in riba and other aspect of the non-Islamic ethical wealth building, right? So another thing is fairness, fair access to opportunities. So a lot of speakers have mentioned access to mutual fund, real estate investment, different business activities. So these are some of the things that if we could have opportunity to have access to these things, Islamic banking, Islamic insurance. So we will see that these opportunities are there for us to have access to these opportunities. Dr. Oshodi mentioned that he was working on a commercial paper. We call it non-interest commercial paper because the commercial paper is basically for the conventional guys, while the non-interest commercial paper is for the non-interest people, right? So I can remember in the market today we have more than about 5 non-interest commercial paper. If I ask around this all now that does any of us know about non-interest commercial paper, we'll probably say no. Because when we raise these funds for companies, a lot of companies that we raise these funds for are non-Muslims, right? Their directors, their MDs are non-Muslims. So imagine you as a Muslim having a company and you need access to liquid, to finances, right? And you have access to these things, you come on board, they give you all the requirement, you meet the requirement, and you are able to tap into the market. today the non-interest market is above 4 trillion, right? So, and it means that there are still more space for you to tap into as a business, as an investor also. So workplace right, this is another important aspect of economic dignity. Imam Ahmad mentioned that you have to be fair with your employer, and also the employer has to be fair with the employer. So, and also ethical business practice. A lot of us have businesses that we are doing. So Imam also mentioned that you as a buyer, you have to be very conscious. You have to have that your Islamic practice while buying from people. And also as a seller, you have to have that halal practice while selling to people. So these are some of the things that if they are in place, the economic dignity we are looking for will be reached, right? And also we have social inclusion. So social inclusion, social finances. We have our zakat, we have our WAC. I am very sure that a lot of people do not even know that we have WAC fund in Nigeria at the moment. We have Lotus WAC fund, we have Met WAC. These are funds that cater for social responsibilities. They are able to support school, they support healthcare and the likes. So when you look at this opportunity, they are there. It's just for us to realize them and also tap into them. Okay, these are the 5 core principles of Islamic wealth ethics. One is amana. Wealth is trust, right? In Surah Al-Hadid also, Allah mentioned that your wealth that you are being given are trust upon you. It's not just that you are being given money to spend. No, they are trust for you to manage on behalf of Allah who owns the money, right? Like Imam rightly said, also halal earnings. We as Muslims, we have to be very conscious of where we put our money. We have to be very conscious of where we get our money, right? Because Allah, the Prophet ﷺ said in one of the hadiths, "Inna Allah tayyib la yakbal illa tayyiba." Allah is clean. He will never accept anything that is impure. Another thing is justice in distribution. Yes, we have to be very careful looking at distribution of wealth, right? We have the zakat, we have the sadaqah, we have the WAC. All these framework are there to distribute wealth fairly. We have our mirath, Islamic inheritance. When you look at it, it is also there for you to distribute your wealth fairly. When you look at all this, you know that Islam actually has this platform for us. It's just for us to realize them and tap into them. We also have provision of riba. This is one of the most important one also. Whatever you are doing, you should not engage in riba as a Muslim, right? So that's why we have come with Islamic banking, we have come with Islamic fund manager, we have come with Islamic investment banking, we have come with Islamic insurance. All these are opportunity for you to stay away from riba. Like I mentioned the other time, social responsibility is a way to give back to the society. As Muslims, you should be able to give back to the society by supporting healthcare, supporting education, supporting a lot of good things that will benefit the society. So, like I mentioned, our wealth is an amana on us. Allah earning, justice, and provision of riba. These are some of the things that Islam has put in place. Today's economy faces mounting ethical strain, right? So we have rising inflation. When you look at it, when you look at it, when you look at the rate of inflation in the country, if you are not careful, if you are rich today, in another minute you are poor. So you have to be very conscious of and plan with whatever you have for you to be above poverty. Youth unemployment. So we face a lot of about 53% at the wider range of youth are unemployed. So how do we break this barrier? It's by us engaging in ethical businesses, business practice, buying and sell. Allah says in one of the Quran that Allah has made business permissible for you and has forbidden interest for you, right? So these are some of the things that if we are able to work towards them, we'll be able to build an economic that has dignity as Muslims, right? So we also have debt, environmental degradation. These are problems that affect our wealth and pushes us to economic disgrace, which is one of the things that we need to stay away from and bank on economic dignity. So 5 pathways, right? We have the ethical business conduct. You as a Muslim, whatever business you are engaging in or you want to go into, it must be halal. It must be ethical. You are buying and selling of agricultural commodities. You can go into different businesses, like we all know. Financial inclusion. We should be, like we also know, we have our non-interest bank. If you go to an alt bank, a Lotus bank, you'll be able to have access to financings without loan. These are based on contract that you'll be able to see yourself that, okay, I am actually benefiting from this Islamic economy, or I'm trying to build an economic dignity. So Islamic wealth ethics and modern ESG. So when you look at the modern ESG and the Islamic principles of wealth, you will see that they are in sync. You can't detach Islamic principles of wealth from modern ESG. So as Muslims, we have to be very conscious of this for us to and also strive to benefit from this Islamic economic system. So I think that would just be the end of the presentation because of the short time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So please, I'd like to urge everyone to just stay for a while. I mean, don't leave yet. We still have a few things to give to you. So just stay around and enjoy it. So yes, after that, we'll be having the Nuremberger presentation.
All right, thank you, Zainat. So right now, we'll move straight to the second panel session. And to be on that will be the representative of Nuremberger. Do we have the representative of Nuremberger, please? Representative of Nuremberger Mabu Capital. Representative of Stex. Good afternoon. Yashud Properties. Forgive me. Okay. Oh, sorry, you used the last seat. Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you. This is going to be a mixed blend panel session where 2 of the panelists will speak to the title, the topic extensively, and that will be Yashud for wealth management and wealth creation in from real estate, and Nuremberger on how to retire well. Do we have their mics, please?
Check.
So Nuremberger, right? Okay.
Check.
Nuremberger will speak to us about retirement will come. How are you preparing for it? Planning a future independent of others with ease and peace of mind on ethical pension, while Yashud will speak to us on real estate investment management with Yashud. Yeah. Nuremberger.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Austin, and I'm from Nuremberger Pension. As we all know, Nuremberger Pension is a group of company. I just like what the guy said now, the facilitator about retiring well. The first thing about retiring is to start early. So start early. When you start early, then you're already planning your future. Another key thing that you need to know about retiring well is to have a relationship manager that will help you, that will guide you, like what we call like a financial advisory that will guide you to your path. And thirdly, some years ago, there was a circular from PECOM that you can move your pension once in a year to a PFA of your choice. What do you know of a PFA? PFA is what we call Pension Fund Administrator. Now you can move your pension from PFA 1 to PFA 2 once in a year. What led to that was people started complaining that, oh, my colleague in another PFA retired, but the money was too small. That was what led, okay, you cannot move your pension. What I will tell you now, if you're having a pension, and if you don't have what we call someone that will guide you, like a manager that will guide you, oh, sir, we have Fund 1, we have Fund 2, we have Fund 3, we have Fund 4, we have Fund 5, we have Fund 6. Oh, sorry, we have Fund 6. Fund 6 is the ethical fund. Are you hearing me? But you know someone that will tell you, oh, Mr. Suleiman or Mr. Ibrahim, your fund, you are in Fund 2, but your fund is not growing well. You are in Fund 3, but your fund is not growing well. But what we saw in industry is that people just register with pension or PFA or register with PFA, but there's not like someone that will guide them. And at the end of everything, when you are now retiring, your colleague, maybe that would like PFA A or PFA C, the same level will be gapping you with like 2 million, 10 million, but the same level. But you can retire the same day, but he's going on with 10 million, but you are going on with 5 million. Why? Because that same person, there was someone that was guiding him. Oh, come, follow here, come here, come here, come here. To retire well in the pension industry or as a worker, you need someone that will guide you. You need to start early. And if you have like a year to retire, there's what we call pre-retirement seminar. Are you hearing me? The people that will call, okay, sir, you are retiring so time, or let's say December 5th or December 6th, look at your document you need to bring. You need to bring this document, you bring this document, you bring this document, this document. At the end of everything, you will not suffer or be stranded or like be, oh, why am I doing this? You need someone that will guide you towards your retirement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Okay, can we have... Let's have Yashud present, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you to the organizers, firstly, for this beautiful event. So Yashud, we started today with the principles, right? All what guides, ethical investment. And I am here to, try to communicate what we've done as Yashud in that real estate ecosystem as regards ethical, investment. So Yashud, our agenda is to make real estate easy and accessible to everyone, right? So the notion right from time is that for you to be able to invest in real estate, you have to have a lot of money, right? But that shift is happening already. Where as a retail investor, that means I'm talking about individuals like you and also organizations also, can key into real estate investment the ethical way, the halal way, right? So all those terminologies that you've heard today, the musharakas, the mudarabas, these are exactly how we run our own organization also, because those contracts, those transactions that we go in to grow your wealth for you through real estate, we do all that. So I'm not here to lecture you. I'm not an Hafiz, but what we have done practically that is working, that is why I'm here. That is what I'm sharing with you. So we have systems in place to scale that. Why? Why do I say that? You are an investor. We have a minimum of 500,000 that you can invest as a retail investor. And that might not necessarily get you anything anywhere in this current market. But now come to think about it as a community. That is why I'm commending the organizers of this event today. Because what we are doing in Yashud is building a a community of like-minded investors, the ethical way. So the numbers, you can do more, right? So we typically invest in real estate for you, the due diligence, all those edicts that you might necessarily not want to do with your money, right? You give to Yashud and then we do it for you. So you don't want to come back and say, oh, you bought one land in Ikorodu and then 2 years later they said it's no more your land, you lost it. We will do the due diligence for you, for the community, right? I'm talking about for the community. We will do the investment, the development, monitor all that for you. Know that, okay, if you put this XYZ amount of money for belonging to our community in a project in Abuja, then the return from that investment, everybody can enjoy from it. So that's basically what we are doing. And as a community, like I said, it's scalable. It's something that we have done and we keep doing, and it's successful. So in the ecosystem of real estate, don't think about, I have to, have certain XYZ of money before I can invest in real estate. You can start now. That is the discussion why we are here. And that consciousness of, the ethical part, that is, the most important thing. Being conscious that as a person that wants to invest, where do you put your money? It's very important in this society now where we are. It's very, very important. So Yashud has been able to proven that there's a system that works, and you can invest in real estate without having the millions of naira. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that. So very quickly, I would be moving on to STEX. The question for STEX is that, technology has made savings very easy for people nowadays, but most of companies rely on interest. Most of them rely on interest-based backends. So how does a non-interest finance company such as STEX, bridge the gap for a modern professional who wants to speed his savings, something like that? Is that clear? Thank you very much for that. So as not to waste too much of time, so I'll just direct this to all of the panelists, right? So if one of the audience, if an audience goes home with say 50,000 naira to spare for this month, how do you think they should split or direct that amount into digital savings, that's for stacks, property investment, and pension or long-term security, in order to kick wealth building, to start from somewhere?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. Before now, we have what we call the formal sector, where we have the CPX, meaning the private sector and the public sector, where they can contribute monthly towards their retirement. Are you hearing me? Like 8% from them, 10% from their employer. But like 2 years ago, let's say 3 years ago, micro pension was introduced. Now, which is now called the PP pension. Call it the personal pension plan. Someone that is having 50,000 naira monthly to take home, now what I will advise that person is to key to the personal pension plan. Personal pension plan is for informal sector, like the traders, like the artisans, the mechanic, the tailoring, or for the artisan, let me use that word, call it the informal sector. Instead of you working all your years, at the end of retirement, age 60, you now be depending on your son or your daughter to feed you at old age. You that is having 50K every month monthly as your salary, I will advise you to key into this personal pension plan. And you can save 500 daily, 100 weekly, 100 monthly towards your retirement. And that savings can be divided into two parts. We have the contingent, we have the retirement. Are you hearing me? As you are saving it, after 3 months, you can come back to it. Okay, please, I need part of that payment. We'll give it to you. No money is too small not to save. You can even save 200 on your pension plan. At the end of everything, at old age, you'll be smiling rather than depending on your son to feed you, or rather see your neighbor that is working in a bank coming up smiling after retirement, and you that is a trader, you are coming up because you don't have pension plan. That pension plan is meant for the traders. It's meant for the low income earner, where you can save 1 naira, 2 naira towards your tomorrow. And when you are at old age, you'll be begging or suffering or looking for someone to feed you at old age.
Thank you very much. So, can we have Mabu also answer that in a minute or two?
Okay, thank you very much. So, if someone has a 50,000 naira, and I would really advise the person to split the money, right? So, for us in Marble Capital, we have different portfolios that range between, we have the fixed income, we have the commodities halal fund, we have short-term, we have private product. These products are balanced. We have the one that is balanced, we have the one that is heavy on equity, we have the one that is heavy on fixed income. So you as an individual, you have 50,000 naira, you could do a 10,000 naira for the halal fixed income, halal fixed income, or any other halal fixed income. You could do a 10,000 naira for the commodities fund. You could do a 10,000 naira for the balanced fund. We also have a balanced fund in the capital market, right? So this type of fund is to it depends on the risk appetite of investors or whoever that has the money. So it will allow you to plug into that kind of space and also give you a steady income, and also for if you are looking at preservation of your money, right? Let's say you don't want that 50,000 to just go like that. You could do it 25,000 into the fixed income. That the profit on that will be slow, will not be as much as the balance fund or the equities fund. but you have something to preserve your money, and also you are able to increase that money across over time, and it will help you build that wealth, economic dignity that you are looking forward to. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Very quickly, please. The owner of the car with the plate number 1111G64LA, black Toyota. Please, your attention is needed outside to move the vehicle, please. All right, thank you. So yes, over to you, Stex, please. Thank you very much. Over to you. Yes,
Earlier I mentioned about how you should operate in the real estate ecosystem, and we have a program called RAIN. It's a real estate asset investment notes, right? Where individual can invest a minimum of 500,000 in those investment notes and earn a return on investment within 19 to 23%. We have a holding period of 1 year usually, and they can earn quarterly. Those ROIs can come in quarterly or at the end of the tenure after 1 year. But for 50,000, I think a lot of my colleagues here have mentioned fixed income, where you can always put those monies, right? Because every investment or every investor has a goal. You know where you are going. Either you want to do fixed income now, or you want to, come to the real estate side. That means you are trying to diversify, right? So you would have a goal at the end of the day. You know, you can get 500,000 and key into one of our investment notes. So fixed income, grow that income slowly, and then when you have 500,000, you can come to your shoot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Once again, we have another obstruction. The owner of the car with the plate number AGL757JE, Toyota Camry, deep green. Please, your attention is needed outside to move the vehicle. All right, so thank you. All right, thank you very much for that. I believe you've all been able to justify every aspect of this today's conference particularly. Just very quickly, do we have any questions, clarifications or so? All right then, sorry? Very quickly, you have like a minute. Could you just quickly move forward?
Assalamu alaikum. Sorry, it's for text. I heard you repeatedly mentioning sukuk. Are you only into sukuk?
No. What we did for our board,
right, thank you very much for that. I believe that's well clear then. All right, so thank you very much, all of our panelists. We really appreciate your presence. And as we gradually draw the curtain for Show Me the Market 1.0, we've discussed ethical investment, we've discussed ethical finance, financial discipline, and most importantly, we have highlighted and shown how success and faith can go together. It's important. The conference now begins when you start to implement all of these things that you've learned from here. It is important. You need to start investing now. You need to start, and you need to do it consciously. You need to do it intentionally, and you need to start saving, protect your family, invest, save. Just do everything necessary to ensure that you make money. It's important as well. So thank you. We really appreciate our sponsors, our keynote speakers, our guest speakers, our supporters, and of course our audience for making this conference a successful one. And we pray to Almighty Allah to make Show Me the Market 2.0 bigger, better, and greater than it is now. So once again, we say thank you very much. And yeah, I think that Brother Sheriff, do you have Brother Sheriff? Okay, so yeah, I think we'll use that to draw the curtain on this Show Me the Market conference. Jazakumullahu khairan, everyone. We say thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. KK, please, your attention is needed here. Can you have, let's have a photo session with our panelists, please. She's coming. She's already on her way. We're waiting. Yes, please.
class.
Wassalam.